Let fun turn from, shake the shackles off. Let the djembes herald your return. Honorable ministers, members of the diplomatic corps, Nime, Name, Nananum, distinguished guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to the celebration of African and Afro-Descendants Day. Our theme for this year is African and Afro-Descendants Culture for Peace and Sustainable Development. My name is simply Akosia Abdallah, and I will keep you company through this journey. Let's begin this beautiful journey by calling on the UNESCO rep, Monsieur Abdul Rahman Diallo, to welcome us to Omanye House and the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdallah Akouswa Sanou. Dr. Abdallah Akouswa. Neke Sanou Mongode. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Salam alaikum. Bonjour. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you in this beautiful and prestigious house of the Accra Municipality Assembly. From the outset, I would like the guardian of this place, the chief executive of the assembly, Madame Elizabeth Sake. She will join us a little bit later. We want to thank her very much for hosting us in downtown Accra and the center of Accra for this ceremony. Dr. Akosua, I was Abdallah. Actually, I was not on the program, but I wanted just to, in addition to the welcome, to the formal welcome that the mayor will do in her way, in the appropriate fashion. I wanted to welcome you on behalf of UNESCO and thank you for your mobilization, all of you present here, making it to come here at 9 o'clock Ghana time, GMT, trying to be on time, but we're almost 15 minutes, almost 30 minutes late. But thank you all for this. We know that we have the issue of the traffic here in Accra. So thank you for the mobilization. And I wish really to thank all the stakeholders who have been mobilized for almost 1 year, actually working on this celebration, almost 1 year. And it has been a journey, a long journey. We'll say actually a journey we started centuries ago, more than 400 years ago, more than 400 years ago. And it started here, actually. It started here, not very far from here, in the north of the country, in the center of the countries, just close here, the coast. We still have the dungeons. We know it started there, part of the journey, part of the conversation. Here in Ghana, of course, all along the coast, but it's here. So it's not for any reason that RAPEC chose to celebrate this 2022, the main event here in Ghana. We are not in any place. We are here in the cradle of Pan-Africanism. We're a country which made history. And we cannot but remind on a tireless way the quotation of Kwame Nkrumah: African descents, whether they live in North or South America, the Caribbean, or any part of the world, are Africans and belong to the African nation. So we're not in any place. So this is for this reason that this year the global and main event is celebrated here, the African and Afro-Descendant Culture Day. There's a lot of events all around. Currently, there is one in Kinshasa with the president of the African Union. And there is one in Alexandria, in Egypt, and in a lot of places. So I wanted really want to acknowledge the stakeholders who has been part of this journey since the beginning. Also, I will mention them. I will ask you to excuse me if I forgot to mention a few of them. Of course, the African Network of Cultural Promoters and Entrepreneurs, RAPEC, chaired by Mr. John Dosavi, who is the promoter of this day before actually UNESCO approved this day. Thanks actually to the country, the member state of Togo, represented here by Ambassador of Togo, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, bienvenue. This is the Togo state actually which introduced the resolution at UNESCO in 2019 to get this day approved as an international day. So RAPEC, government of Ghana, of course, the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture, and its agencies, Ghana Tourism Authority, the National Commission of Culture, Ghana Monument and Museum Board, the Beyond the Return initiatives, the Ministry of Education and the Ghana National Commission of UNESCO. We have Pan-African Association. I wish to thank African Association of Universities, which is the operational arm of Africa Union for Higher Education, the Pan-African Writer Association, POWER, the civil society, without which we cannot do anything, Ghana Culture Forum, which is represented here very strongly, the Musician Union of Ghana, Musica, Pan-African Historical Festival, PANAFest, Diaspora African Forum. I would say more than the civil society, you are on the diplomatic part also. The international community, Colombia, and Ambassador of Colombia, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, who has been supportive since the inception. Muchas gracias, Embajadora. The United Nations, of course, that we represent, and represented today by Mr. Charles Abani, the UN Coordinator Resident, UNFPA and UNESCO, and all other stakeholders. I wish to thank them for their mobilization to prepare this ceremony and to participate in the 2022 celebration. Lastly, a warm thank to the UNESCO team and all volunteers who help us. And lastly, a special thank to Mr. Fermin Matoko, the Assistant Director General of Priority Africa and External Relations in Paris, who really supported us since the beginning until the end, also particularly helping us with the core funds that are needed to make any event possible. So merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ADG. So on that note, Dr. Abdallah, I give you back the mic. So Medase, thank you very much. Merci.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you very much, Monsieur Abdurrahman Diallo, the country representative of UNESCO. I will take a minute break and usher in the representative of the Gamanche. Onukpa, ofane bae. Let them come.
The delegation of chiefs from Bali.
Just like Bali.
Yeah.
delegation of chiefs from Bole. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm expecting all these children, community, youth, cultural center, now community education and youth development. Beautiful kids, can't we? Thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of those on the high table. My immediate left is the ambassador of Colombia. She also happens to be the dean of the diplomatic corps in Ghana. Her Excellency, Mrs. Claudia Tubey Quintero. Let's show her some love. We also have our sister, who is a true representative from the diaspora. She's resident here in Ghana, Madam Honorable Her Excellency Erica Bennett. Auntie Erica, looking lovely as usual. We also have the UN Resident Coordinator in Ghana, Mr. Charles Abani. Mr. Charles Abani. And the beautiful entrance you saw just now is our Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Monsieur Openyin Nana Mark Okreku Manche. Ni Yakwaba. I think we've already met the UNESCO in Ghana, Monsieur Abdurrahman Diallo. This program is also being streamed live, and so we have some of our guests who are operating online, who will also be delivering their speech online. There are numerous stakeholders that made this sitting a possibility. So we'll now share a few words from each and every one of them. The first person on my list is the UN Resident Coordinator in Ghana, Mr. Charles Abani. Mr. Charles, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your introductions. The Chief Executive of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, the initiator of this program and President of RAPEC, Diaspora African Forum Ambassador, my sister, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps and Ambassador to Colombia, my sister, the Moroccan ambassador, my brother from Togo, from Namibia, all of you, welcome. Representative of the UNESCO Director General, the Assistant Director General for Culture, the President of the 41st General Conference of UNESCO, representatives of traditional authorities and the president of the Ga Traditional Council, Nime Name, Minister of Tourism and Arts and Culture, here represented, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, people of the media, everybody who is here today. It's a special privilege, really, to be able to be here today with you on the World Day of African and Afro-Descendant Culture. Observed globally on the 24th of January, the World Day of African and Afro-Descendant Culture brings us together to recognize and celebrate our rich and vibrant cultures and to promote them as an effective lever for development, dialogue, and peace. My brother Abdul here is consistently arguing the case that culture is at the heart of development and that we must use it as an accelerator to achieve the sustainable development goals. And days like today are really important days for us to reflect on this important thought. By doing so, we're inspired to promote global solidarity that is so urgently needed in these perilous times. The presence of all of us here is a testament to the importance of our beautiful African and Afro-descendant cultures. I wish to congratulate the government of Ghana for hosting the 2022 global celebration and express my sincere appreciation for the collaboration between the UN and partners, including the government, civil society, the private sector institutions, and a raft of other stakeholders who don't normally appear under those headings to observe this day. The United Nations commitment to the people of African and African descent, as well as its commitment to the ideals of the UN Charter, is reflected in commemorations and initiatives such as the Day of People of African Descent in August, the International Day of the Remembrance of the Slave Trade and its Abolition, and the International Decade of People of African Descent, and the International Decade of, and the International Day of Peoples of African Descent. These days recognize and highlight the contributions of the African diaspora that so sadly often goes unnoticed. They also serve as a reminder of the cruel inhumanity of the transatlantic slave trade in the past and the dangers of racism, prejudice, and racial discrimination that exists today. In a few days' time on Thursday, we will also be having Holocaust Remembrance Day. And this year we will use Holocaust Remembrance Day, not just to remember the Holocaust that happened in Europe against the Jews, but also to reflect on the many Holocausts that have happened over history and time and learn the lessons that we need to learn from them. And so this week is quite an important week in terms of building the kind of future that we need. They also serve to, furthermore, they exist to ensure the full enjoyment of the economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights of people of African descent and their effective and equal participation in society. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to note there are multiple initiatives within the UN system that target the preservation of African and Afro-descent cultures. Today's session will discuss the UNESCO's flagship program, the General History of Africa, and learn how it supports African countries to restore cultural identities, to foster a shared aspiration to achieve African unity. Another important program is the Save Route Project, which demonstrates how exploring the transatlantic slave trade can help us establish the link between the tragic past, a complex present, and a future to be co-created together. International Jazz Day, with deep roots in African and Afro-descendant culture, for example, brings together communities, schools, artists, historians, academics, and jazz enthusiasts from all over the world to celebrate and learn about jazz and its roots, future, and impact, all of which raise awareness on the need for intercultural dialogue and mutual understanding and reinforce international cooperation and communication. As the gateway to Africa and the cradle of Pan-Africanism, Ghana is a natural host for this celebration. The hosting of today is in sync with the national initiatives such as Panafest and Beyond the Return initiatives, both of which strengthen the brands of unity between African peoples and peoples of African descent. This celebration, no doubt, contributes to the realization of the UN 2030 Agenda, as well as the Africa Union Agenda 2063. We at the UN are leveraging this platform and other such platforms as a means to harness the power of culture and the potential of the diaspora for the development of this continent alongside the rest of the world through the activities such as exchanges, co-creation, knowledge sharing, and investments. In 2018, the UN began a process also of reform. At the heart of that reform is that the UN is here to serve the country and its priorities and its ambitions. In Ghana here, this year, we will be creating a new cooperation framework with Ghana. And it would be my hope that there's an opportunity to really put at its heart some of the spirit and youth really of the ideas that this kind of forum is generating, because that first binds us all together. And as we want to define a new global identity for all citizens across the globe, it is not one identity or another identity, but how all of those identities come together. So we look forward to engaging with you all this year as we develop that process. Let me take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to all of my colleagues working in the UN system for their unwavering dedication to the mission of the United Nations and their efforts to consolidate peace. A special thanks, of course, to my brother Abdul and the whole of UNESCO, as well as to colleagues in UNFPA for their valuable contribution to the success of this particular special day. In closing, allow me once again to thank collaborators across the board for this event. This brings to a close an eventful AU Year of the Arts, Culture and Heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. And I'm extremely optimistic that we will find the inspiration to leverage on the wondrous diversity of the many cultures that we have to contribute to lasting peace and sustainable development. On that note, let me wish you and everyone here a happy African and Afro-Descendant Culture Day. Thank you for your kind attention, Medasi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles Abani, the UN Resident Coordinator in Ghana. For those of us who are just joining us, today is the World Day for African and Afro-Descendant Culture. We'll continue with the program by calling the Diaspora African Forum Ambassador. She's been with us for so many years in this country. I believe she speaks Triga, Ewe, Hausa, and all. Shall we show some love to Her Excellency, Dr. Erica Bennett? Dr. Erica, you're very welcome. It's been a while. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And it is indeed a very, very good morning. I stand on all protocols. The Deputy Minister and this distinguished head table. I am just overwhelmed being here today. And they're going to play a very brief video, and then I will proceed with my brief remarks. The video coming? Okay. Technique. I see the video here, but you don't see the video. Happy times are here again. Nana, Nana Noms, Minister, I have breaking news for you today. Those who don't know, the diaspora is the 6th region of Africa. I think we can give a bigger applause than that. The heads of states in 2012 at the Global Diaspora meeting in Durban, they declared that the 6th region of Africa is the diaspora. There's 2 types of diasporas. Those of us taken from slavery, we're considered the historical diaspora. Ghanaians, Nigerians, those who have gone away to around the world for greener pastures, you're considered the continental diasporas. And so the heads of state said, in order for us to move Africa forward, we've got to include the diaspora. There's a tremendous diaspora in Colombia. There's a tremendous diaspora in Europe and America, all over the world. There's about 250 million diasporians all over the world. So today, we are announcing that we have a diaspora flag now. Let's give a bigger applause than that. And we're just so happy to be able to announce that today at this very important event. We want to thank Mr. Diallo, who is just a dynamic, incredible person who has done so much for Ghana, so much for Africa. And I think we just need to give him a big round of applause. Honorable Mayor, we're just so happy to have you here. UN, we're going to be knocking on your door because we want this flag flown at the United Nations. And Deputy Mayor, Ghana is the most Pan-African country in the world. Our history, our leaders, they have really shown, that Ghana steps up. Ghana, again, we are the Diaspora Africa Forum. We're the first diplomatic mission of its kind in the world dealing with diaspora issues. This happened under the watch of President Kufuor. The current president was foreign minister at the time, and he signed our protocols. So that just lets you know the importance of the Diaspora Africa Forum. Now, in closing, I want all of us to just give a big round of applause to the person who designed this flag. That's none other, please stand up, Professor. Professor is a Ghanaian, he's an architect, he's a creative genius. That's all we can say about him. And Ghana should be very proud to say that he is our son. And don't get confused by this American accent. I am 99.99.99% Ghanaian. And in closing, you're not a Ghanaian because you're born in Ghana. You're a Ghanaian when Ghana is born in you. I am a Ghanaian woman. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Erica Bennett. For the media present here, there is a media press kit for the media here, and it contains everything she spoke about, and so you can get a copy from our secretariat outside. It's time for us to hear from somebody is online. He's the representative of UNESCO Director General. He's also the Assistant Director of the Director General for Culture. He's going to address us online presently. His name is Mr. Ernesto Ramirez. Shall we please pay attention? And for those of us who are crossing the cameras, we're having challenges. So please try as much as possible not to cross the cameras. The cameras are situated in the middle of the aisle. Please try as much as possible not to cross them. Thank you.
So I just wanted to add to my sister Dr. Abdullah presentation. So our next speakers, I think is getting online. Colleagues from the techniques, is he online? So this is Senor Ernesto Auton Ramirez. He's from Argentina, and he's the boss of culture.
No.
He's the assistant, the assistant director general for culture. So he's in charge of culture. So Ghana, Africa, you really have to show and how to show him and witness how vibrant you are, and how also you want to continue to work with him. He's the one who was advocating worldwide the issue of culture. So let's welcome Mr. Ernesto Ramirez, ADGCLT. Bienvenido.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. I'm not coming from Argentina. I'm coming from Chile. It's another country in South America, but it's important to mention it. So, distinguished guests, ministers, major presidents, UN resident coordinator, representative of the traditional authorities, it's a pleasure to be here and to speak with you, all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Director General of UNESCO, it is my great pleasure to join you for the celebration from Accra of the many vibrant cultures of Africans and the African diaspora around the world on the occasion of the World Day for African and Afro-descendant culture. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the initiator, Mr. John Aid Dozavi, and the African Network of Cultural Promoters and Entrepreneurs for bringing this important day into existence. As we all know, the proposal to proclaim 24th January as the World Day for African and Afro-descendant culture was submitted by several African countries upon the initiative of Togo and was approved on the 40th session of the UNESCO General Conference in 2019. I would also like to take the opportunity to recognize Ghana's firm position at the forefront of the Pan-Africanist agenda. As the first Anglophone country to host the global celebration of the day, the government of Ghana clearly highlights the importance it attaches to the rich and diverse African and Afro-descendant cultures. UNESCO extends its utmost gratitude to the government of Ghana through the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Ghana and all other stakeholders and partners for their mobilization and dedication to the organization of the celebration. As the principal theme of the colloquium indicates, it is time for us to honor African and Afro-descendant heritage and culture as an effective catalyst for dialogue, peace, and sustainable development. Throughout history, Africans and people of African descent have inspired the world through powerful economic, social, political, and cultural contribution for humanity. While such achievements certainly ought to be acknowledged, the appreciation for African and Afro-descendant culture should be substantially enhanced. Preserving African and Afro-descendant culture and fostering cultural diversity is essential for sustainable development, not only in the African continent, but also globally, across all regions of the world. It is encouraging to note that the colloquium's discussion will address pertinent issues shared by both African and people of African descent, starting with the integration of African history and culture into education, which is critical for the education of any African, Afro-descendant, and beyond. Indeed, we need to teach our children about the history of Africa, remind ourselves of the rich and diverse shared heritage of the African people in the continent and across the diaspora, and correct misconceptions and stereotypes about Africa and its diaspora. Through the flagship program, General History of Africa, UNESCO supports African countries in reclaiming ownership over the narration of their own history and reviving their cultural identities to strengthen our shared aspiration to achieve African unity. In 2009, UNESCO launched the pedagogical use of the General History of Africa to adapt the content of the volumes of the General History of Africa to school education. The 40th General Conference of UNESCO has just approved the strategy for Priority Africa for the medium term cycle 2022-2029, with the flagship program, the General History of Africa, as a catalyst for achieving Agenda 2033 and the 2030 Agenda. We strongly encourage African and Afro-descendant hosting countries to incorporate this tool into the national curricula. In Ghana, the ongoing process to review the curriculum of senior high school is a good entry point for the country to integrate the general history of Africa into the curriculum. This must, however, be followed by capacity building for history teachers on its pedagogical to ensure effective facilitation in the classroom. In Ghana, there is the unique opportunity to learn about the African Afro-descendant history through culture, through heritage. The 28 forts and castles that together form the Syrian UNESCO World Heritage Site situated along the coast of Ghana. These properties shaped the course of history of the world for centuries as the center of the gold and slave trade, and they have served as a pivotal reminder of the turbulent early European African encounters, as well as the one set of the imposed diaspora of African people. Each fort and castle contributes to the reconstruction of African history and promote of an African perspective by allowing visitors to learn about the cruel past. We must not forget the key role of intangible cultural heritage in the transmission of knowledge and history. Cultural heritage is also about the tradition, representation, practices, and living expression of communities. It is inclusive, representative, community-based, and helps to bond societies together. Intangible cultural heritage has been instrumental for Afro-descendants to preserve their African heritage from generation to generation. The different cultures have developed unique ways of thinking, feeling, experiencing, and telling stories across continents and centuries. There is the reggae music of Jamaica, the music and movement of the rumba in Cuba, and since last year in December, the inscription of rumba from Congo and Democratic Republic of Congo, all three inscribed on the UNESCO representative list. Another example is the Capoeira Circle of Brazil, which is a symbol for the history of resistance during and after slavery in Brazil. Ghana's commitments to host the World Day of African and Afro-descendant culture has provided an excellent platform for the African family to unite and strengthen their sides. One particularly, and I will finish, important activity spearheaded by UNESCO is the Biennale of Luanda, which is the Pan-African Forum for the Culture of Peace that took place November last year. Festivals and initiatives such as PanaFest and Beyond the Return initiative in Ghana are also great forces in promoting Pan-Africanism. All these contribute to the African Union Agenda 2063, especially the Aspiration 5 on Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values, and ethics, and close the African Union declared year of 2021 as the African Union Year of the Art, Culture, and Heritage. As we are approaching the final years of the International Decade for People of African Descent, this colloquium ensures that we do not close this chapter without a concrete and comprehensive initiative that will strengthen the protection, safeguarding, and promotion of the rich and invaluable culture of Africa and the African diaspora. These cultures offer solution and can help heal some of the deepest wounds. Once again, I would like to sincerely congratulate all the good forces united in organizing this global celebration of the World Day for African and Afro-descendant culture in Ghana. And I would like to conclude by reiterating UNESCO's commitments to enable the African and Afro-descendant cultures to play their central role in peace building and sustainable development. Thank you very much for your kind attention and congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ernesto Oton Ramirez from Chile. Thank you very much. Shall we show some love? Thank you. From Chile, we're back here in Accra. We'll now call upon Her Excellency. She is the ambassador of Colombia in Ghana. She's also the representative of 17 other countries in Africa. She happens to be the dean of the diplomatic corps. She happens to be a very good cook. Her dessert is amazing. I have said it. Let's welcome Her Excellency, Mrs. Claudia Trubay Quintero.
I am so happy today to be within all of you special people. All of you represent a leader. All of you represent a cause. All of you with me together are part of those who support the Africanism, African meaning, African culture, and those who want to build up and strengthen what Africa means to the world. So my words here today come as the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, as a Colombian ambassador representing a diaspora, a Caribbean diaspora, and as a simple friend. I really love all of you. I have to declare that. I have been in Ghana 8 years, and I came without knowing too much about you. And today I can tell that I am a sister. I understand much better what the African culture means. And that's what I am going to try to tell you today. I want to congratulate you, my friend and brother Abdou Diallo, for your great effort. I can see what you have been doing all this time, and I have been able to accompany you. Together, we have opened certain ways, and we are uniting the people. I think that he is an ambassador of culture, and I want to recognize that. This day is a day that was launched by UNESCO and that was inspired in the wonderful African person, John Ayite, and he has moved all of this. We all are here to celebrate this day, but understanding what it means for the world. It is a very important fact that we are in Ghana. For me, Ghana is one of the 17 countries that my sister was mentioning that I represent, but really my feeling with Ghana is that Ghana is leading the entrance of the diaspora to the continent. So Ghana is a Pan-African landmark. And here I say that Ghana is converting in the entering door of the diaspora to the African continent. And that's how really Ghana has promoted itself. So I also want to tell you that there is an African culture that I understand in the conception that all of you have from life, the importance of the ancestries, the social organizations represented by the traditional leaders, kings and queens, mothers, whose participation in the life of their communities promotes the mindset and manners to live with values of respect and dialogue. I see that this is an effort that the traditional leaders are really pushing for. So I want to congratulate you for that. It is very interesting to notice the ability that the Africans and the Ghanaians do as part of Africa, but in general terms of the Africans to learn new disciplines, to learn languages, to learn to develop the abilities and the talents that you have. So here we have to understand that you are able to reach to the point that you want, that education and arts are the two main tools that are strengthening actually the identity and the culture of the Afro and Afro-descendant communities. Here today, we are to confirm our commitment and conviction of the enormous value of the African and Afro-descendant culture that has contributed to the architecture of peace and that has to keep contributing to that architecture of peace. Culture promotes coexistence, peace and development, and it is culture the element that reflects, in my opinion, the unity of the African family. You have talent in music. I have here my friend and our friend, the wonderful Rocky, that is, I hope that you win your award. And I have here my sisters ambassadors. I have here my sister, the Queen Mothers. I have here my brother, the Professor Kwame Addo, the fantastic person that developed the flag of the 6th region. I have here my friends and colleagues from the diplomatic corps, all of us here. I have here the very dear friend and Ambassador Nancy. You also are a person that I want to recognize in promoting the value of this African identity. So all of us are here to commit with you and really support what you are doing and create new ways of cooperation. And my friend Charlie was Charles, you were proposing. So I just want to finish saying that I am really happy also to know that the Professor Aurora Vergara from Colombia will be participating in this colloquium in the 3 panels. So Colombia will have an academic voice from a wonderful writer, researcher, and educator that is Afro-descendant. Thank you so much. And
Thank you so very much, Claudia, Ambassador Claudia. Thank you so very much. Mwah. Technical crew, can you please set up the other video from Brazil? Set it up whilst we call on we're in Accra. We're on somebody's land. So I'm going to call the representative of the traditional authority. He is the Abola Manche of Ga Atofoche. I'll now call on Ni Ahine Nunu to share a statement with us. Onukba, Ufane, BFU.
Good morning. Chame nyame me nyanyo me beke bi school bi na afoni ni achenye mi anyo fe omanye mi anyo fe omanye mi anyo fe omanye. First of all, I apologize on behalf of Niga. Ni when ibas money e bi eneshi logo fiyo echinegbe no madumwe enajami ni message ne yo ni ganye. The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, all diplomats present, chiefs, queens, all invited guests. What is culture? One may ask, what is culture? Generally, culture is defined as collective mass of distinctive qualities belonging to a certain group of people. These qualities include the laws, morals, beliefs, knowledge, art, customs, and many attributes. African culture is a unique characteristic varying from country to country with various tribes that each have African culture is very dependent. It also have a product of diverse populations that inhabit the continent of African and African diaspora. African also have numerous ethnic nationalities, all within the varying qualities such as dishes, greetings, and dances. However, all have a series of dominant culture traits which distinguish African culture from the rest of the world. Even though African culture are widely diverse, they are also, when studied closely, seen to have many similarities. Example, the morals. Africans uphold their respect for their culture, as well as strong respect for the aged, chiefs, and kings. UNESCO has brought us together to promote our culture. As an Africans, we need to hold it together and make sure we support the idea of their agenda. God bless the Ghana land. God bless UNESCO. And above all, God bless our mother Ghana. Thank you.
Onukwa Oyiwaladon, that was Ni Ahini Nunu. We'll now play a video from the president of the 41st General Conference of UNESCO. He's also the permanent ambassador and delegate of Brazil to UNESCO, Monsieur Santiago Murao. We'll play a video and listen to him. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to greet you on the occasion of the World Day for African and African Descendant Culture. I wish to thank the government of Ghana for hosting this important event. African and African Descendant culture goes beyond the borders of African continent. It is part of the universal fight for human rights and dignity. The celebration of this World Day is the opportunity to renew our engagement with the values we share and recognize the destiny we hold in common. This idea is at the heart of the United Nations Decade for People of African Descent 2013-2022. Africa shares a common history with many countries in North America, in Europe, in Latin America, and the Caribbean, such as my country, Brazil. This is why UNESCO works to deepen the knowledge of this common past and elaborate pedagogical materials for the integration of the general history of Africa in school curricula as the basis for respect and mutual understanding. This is also the spirit of the UNESCO Enslaved Root project that takes forward fundamental rights as liberty and justice, contributing to healing and reconciliation. Safeguarding Africa World Heritage Sites, such as the Asante traditional buildings and the fort and castles of Volta, Great Accra, UNESCO remains committed to carry forward the message of dialogue and tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, no society can prosper without the respect and the preservation of its traditions. But culture is not just about who we are and where we come from. It is about our future, and we cannot build sustainable societies without it. Culture and creativity are indeed drivers and enablers of social cohesion and inclusion. This is why UNESCO is advancing the role of culture to help African youth to aspire for stronger opportunities and a future full of hope. A source of local ownership and sense of belonging, creative industries have the capacity to create jobs and foster progress and regeneration. African cinema is an outstanding example of the power of culture to develop human potential and creativity, as demonstrated the first mapping of this sector by UNESCO. Creative cities like Brazzaville, Praia, Dakar have also played a key role to harness young talent and promote innovation. In my first mission as president of the General Conference to the Biennale of Luanda, I could verify the achievement of the African and African descendant culture and creative industries to mobilize people to support their effort to build lasting peace. All this is essential to take forward the 2030 agenda for Sustainable Development and the 2063 African Union Agenda Culture for Enhancing Human Rights and Dignity for the Consolidation of Social and Economic Growth in harmony with the planet in a meaningful way to each and every one of us. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much. There's history here. There's an initiator of the World Day for African and Afro-Descendant Culture. He's also the president of the African Network of Cultural Promoters and Entrepreneurs. He's in the person of Mr. John Aite Dosavi. He's presently engaged in Togo and couldn't make it here, but he's well repped here by our own Nkosua Hima, development queen mother of the Efija Kwabre district. We all know her as Nana Ajua Awendo, but I want her to pronounce the name of the seat she's representing in the Ashanti region. Ohima, Ohima Kesie. Sorry, Akonyane Yawodia.
Dr. Abdallah, when I say that, it sounds like your father, right? So Dr. Akusia Abdallah. Good morning, beautiful people. We thank God for an amazing day like this, and we glorify him for that. The representative of Gamanche, Ni Ahininu, Your Excellencies, UN representative, of course, UNESCO representative in Ghana, now my friend and brother. As you heard from Dr. Abdallah, I'm here to read this statement on behalf of Mr. John Aite Dosavi. So I would go ahead and do that. But before I read, I'd like to take a few minutes to acknowledge our cultural leaders who have honored us in their numbers. Please give them a round of applause. So I'd like to acknowledge the African Views Ghana, who are represented here. Please, if you can give us a wave. African Views Ghana, wonderful. Thank you so much. Unity Queens and Advocacy Queens, thank you all so very much. And especially our chiefs and queen mothers who traveled all the way from the Savannah region and elsewhere in the north to join us today. You're all welcome. Please give us a wave. Thank you so much. I acknowledge all the cultural representatives here from all over the country. God bless you and continue doing the great job that you're doing for Mother Ghana. We really appreciate you. So this is a message from John Aite Dosavi, the initiator of JMCA, the president and founder of the NGO known as RAPEC, an international mobilization committee for JMCA, Journée Mondiale de la Culture Africaine et les Afrodescendants. World Day for Africa and Afro-Descendant Culture. My friend teacher will be happy today. Ladies and gentlemen, or protocols that I didn't mention duly observed. Hi. The African Union is celebrating the JMCA on behalf of all African states. This is the reason for the great honor he gave me to be the guest of honor. Thank you. To be the guest of honor. Sorry, my queen says I should drink water. Thank you. To be the guest of honor at the Grand State ceremony, which is why I am unavoidably absent from the celebrations today taking place in Accra. Distinguished guests, at this juncture, I must acknowledge and thank the highest authorities in Ghana for committing to supporting us in promoting the World Day for African and Afro-Descendant Culture. Firstly, your participation is an honor. It is also a guarantee of credibility for the organization, the committee, and its partners. I salute the UNESCO representative in Ghana headed by Mr. Abderrahman Diallo. Did I say it well? Wonderful, thank you. And all members of his team who for several months left no stone unturned to ensure the success of this historical event being held in the land of Kwame Nkrumah. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nananum Nime Name, JMCA is a legitimate driving force for a new Africa, represented in her rights and values, an African that connects its daughters and sons everywhere in the world. For our information, at the request of our NGO RAPEC, the permanent delegation of Togo to UNESCO submitted a draft resolution to the Executive Board concerning the adoption of the World Day for Africa and Afro-Descendant Culture on 20th November 2019. I'm sure we've heard about this. And 193 member states of UNESCO adopted the resolution by acclamation and therefore recognized 24th January as the official and formal date in the United Nations official calendar for celebrating JMCA. Distinguished guests, the JMCA Mobilization Committee, the NGO RAPEC, and my humble self will be happy to see the elected representatives of the Republic of Ghana proclaim 24th January as the date registered to celebrate the JMCA in the national schedule of events. This will make your distinguished country the first English-speaking nation in Africa to open up this bridge between the daughters and sons of Africa and their descendants towards an effective integration of our people all over the world. I think this is something that we should cherish and acknowledge. I send my most sincere appreciation to all volunteers in Ghana who are the main driving force for the mobilization. RAPEC and the World Day for African and Afro-Descendant Culture would not exist without them. May God bless and protect you and your loved ones. We express our profound gratitude to RAPEC JMCA representatives in Ghana, led by Mrs. Justine Ntuvi. We remember the contributions of Umar Diang, Oxborn Yao, Guillem Lacley, our brother Francis Abanhagen, and all members of the Dreams team. We also remember our Goodwill Ambassador, Rocky Dawene. Distinguished guests, I wish to express my profound gratitude to our partners in the public and private sectors and to all people of goodwill who contributed to the organization and success of JMCA Ghana 2022. We pay special tribute to UNESCO, whose mission, regardless of its intergovernmental nature, is to foster multi-partnerships, connect institutions and individuals with it's wiped. So various actors and interventions in the field of commerce. We express very special appreciation to the Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Audrey Azule, and to all members of her team, in particular, the Deputy Director General, Mr. Fermin Edouard Matako. Our tribute to UNESCO also extends to the permanent delegation of Togo at UNESCO. I pay tribute to you, Queen. Oh, okay, me too, I did inside. Nana Arindo, for having accepted to read this message on my behalf and this August Assembly. Please remain your good self. You are a gift from God. As a great man said, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. I thank you, and on that behalf, I'd like to also acknowledge our Deputy Minister for Tourism and all other friends that we have here. God bless you. This is our President's speech.
Ohima Yadasi, Nyaminya Okesiye. Our next statement is coming from a versatile artist. He's also a music producer. He's a politician. He's also the founder of Slip Music. He happens to be a young, handsome man. I've said it. His doors are forever open when you visit the ministry. He's our very own Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Mark Okreku-Mante. Let's show some more love. That's my minister coming, please. I need to save my job. Thank you.
I better make you happy with this type of introduction. Forgive me, I am Dr. Baumia's son, the Vice President, and so we are going digital. Nananom Nime Name. Miss Elizabeth K.T. Saki, Mr. Santiago Maro, Ambassador Permanent Delegate of Brazil to UNESCO, Mr. Ernesto Otoni Ramirez, Representative of UNESCO, Her Excellency Mrs. Claudia Quintero, Ambassador of Colombia to Ghana, Dr. Erica Bennett. She is Ghanaian. Mr. Charles Abani, UN Resident Coordinator in Ghana. My own brother, friend, Mr. Abdul Rahman Diallo. We all know what he stands for. Rocky the Rock Dawuni, UN Goodwill Ambassador for Africa. Nana Hemia, Nana Adwa Awino, rep of Mr. John Aite Dosavi. I hope, forgive me if your pronunciation didn't go right. We're still rehearsing. And then I see people of the creative fraternity. I see Culture Forum. I see our friends, the media. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, from the President of the Republic of Ghana and the people of Ghana. We say good morning. I am elated to be here speaking on behalf of the Minister of Tourism, Art and Culture, Dr. Awal Mohammed, at such a particular important event where our beloved Ghana is hosting the World Day for the African and Afro-Descendant Culture 2022. I wish to express my profound gratitude to UNESCO for selecting Ghana as the host nation for such a landmark celebration. This honor conferred on Ghana, I humbly suggest, is well-deserved, since the President of Ghana has shown his own volition started an agenda to unite the diaspora with Ghana. Ghana's commitment to highlighting the contributions of culture of the African continent and the African diasporas around the world, as well as their role in driving sustainable development and dialogue, have been very apparent in the initiatives of the President of Ghana. It was with this spirit the government of Ghana launched the Year of Return celebration in the year 2019. A second initiative beyond the return, a sequel of the Year of Return by the government of the day, was designed to promote, foster unity, and bring development to Ghana as His Excellency Nana Addo recognizes the talents, skills, and contributions economically and otherwise that members in the African diasporas have that are useful to building up local communities and economies. This is why Ghana, under the Beyond the Return, has put together a 7-point roadmap strategy to make this dream a reality. Experience Ghana, promote Pan-African heritage and innovation, invest in Ghana, diaspora pathway to Ghana, give back to Ghana, celebrate Ghana, and lastly, brand Ghana. The government of Ghana has further deepened its commitment in achieving the African Afro-Descendant culture, bilateral cooperation by putting before Parliament a home return bill which seeks to legally integrate Africans in the diaspora into the Ghanaian society. The bill, when enacted, will recognize the spiritual and moral obligation of Ghana as an African nation in facilitating the return of diasporas and will remove impediments in the acquisition of property, residence, or citizenship by descendants of Africa who were enslaved and children of Ghanaians living in the diaspora. The growth Ghana has experienced over the past few years, after over 500,000 tourists visited the country, amongst them were notable celebrated names like Steve Harvey, Idris Elba, Naomi Campbell, Michael Blankson, Kofi Kingston, and Boris Kujo. Business opportunities and investments made help to boost the country. Music icon Steve Wonder also expressed interest in relocating to Ghana. The Nana Addo administration shall support any relationship with the African diaspora, and I wish to take this opportunity to call on all Africans living in the diasporas to come back home, especially Ghana. Talk shop is over. Former president of USA, who is also Black, Barack Obama, has shown Africans that it can be done. Let's begin to lead in telling our own stories and change the narratives of our economies. Today, one of us, Ghanaian, from the northern parts of Ghana, has fought his way through using the arts, using music, and has been able to get 2 nominations from Grammys. It is doable. The Black man can do it. And so let's all support him in the name of Blackness. Rocky, we're proud of you and thank you for making us proud. Let's all take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. It is providing 1.3 billion people as a new market. And the GDP is 2.6 trillion. And so, what don't we want about this? Too juicy. A big market, the whole of Africa given to us to trade, to do business, whether it's the arts, whether it is tangible products, intangible products. Let's begin to integrate and work together. People of Afro-descendants, let's rise to the occasion and make the 6th region as a more powerful region of cultural cooperation and economic and social development. I am happy. I didn't write this in my statement because I didn't know about the flag. But after seeing the flag, I think I should say congrats for giving us that one. Nananum ni me na me. Thank you for your efforts in keeping our unique culture. I can see the kente, the regalia I see in this room shows that we are still in the business of keeping our culture. Culture is a big deal. Culture is a big deal. In Ghana, the center of the world, we say Medasi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Mark Okreku Mante Yadase, Nyaminyo Kesye. Ofane, minche, ahawa minche fio, nyenu. Thank you. Pardon. I'd like to acknowledge acknowledge the presence of just a few people. The first person on my list is Madam Edna Nyame, Executive Director of the National Commission on Culture. Auntie Edna. Madam Amasewa Nikwe Tete just joined us. She is the Secretary General of the Ghana National Commission for UNESCO. Auntie Ama. Professor Kwame Ado, where are you hiding? Prof, he just stepped out. Sure thing. And we have reps from the School of Performing Arts. Dr. Ekuya, where are you? Doctor, is she around? Sure thing. We also have Ambassador Nancy Sam, the
having their culture as a means of staking who they are. And being African and being Ghanaian and growing up from a traditional family, I have always recognized that importance. From early parts of my childhood, when my father would bring me when they're doing ceremonies to honor ancestors, ceremonies to bestow on us good fortune, ceremonies to instill in us a sense of moral duty so that we can be able to contribute meaningfully to our communities and become real representations of our people. I learned all of that through culture of my people. So when we look at history, what history did was that because of certain historical wrongs, we find out that our people eventually lost some of these aspects of who we are. Not only in terms of the knowledge base, but also some of us too were transported geographically from our continent and our family and resettled in different parts of the world. But one beautiful thing is that through culture, although geographically we're not connected to our people, we stayed in touch through practicing the music, the way of life. So culture is the root of the human tree. And if we all believe that life originated from Africa, as has become apparent everywhere, then we know that the root of the cultural tree and the spiritual foundation of the world lies here in Africa. That is why, yes, thank you. That is why today, for me, is an auspicious day. In Christianity, they talk about born again, a fresh start, resetting, recognizing who we are, going deep into who you are so that you can use that as a vehicle and a tool for the future. And sitting here and seeing the unfurling of the flag of the diaspora, the 6th region, I felt that that day is nigh upon us. So all of us, let's give ourselves, it's a very important day. I had the fortitude and the opportunity recently to be invited to Costa Rica in celebration of the day, commemoration of the people of Afrodescendant and Africans. And I was in the company of our Honorable Minister and the Chief of Akwemu, Odinho Kwafu Akoto, and a delegation from Ghana. So we had opportunity of connecting with our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, delegations from all across the 6th region who came and connected with us and shared with us that the story of Africa is not one of defeat, one of, regret, but it's one of survival and thriving, even in places that are not familiar to us. And we saw all our brothers, despite all that they've been through, African culture has survived beyond Africa and is alive today. And that's why we are all here today. So I will not extend my remarks way too far, way too long. I just want us to know where in history we are. Because right now, the most important thing that the world needs right now is a sense of identity. We're moving from a state of where cultures were passed on from ancestors, were passed on from their history, now to a digital medium where sometimes most of the people who are defining the character of this new medium don't necessarily understand who we are or don't know who we are. And the representation of who we are is far from who we actually are. So utilizing these tools to tell our story is very important. So the initiative to bring in the general history of Africa as an integral part of the educational system, the initiative to also recognize the intangible aspects of culture, like our veneration for our ancestors, because we believe in continuity, we believe in Sankofa, we believe that we are just custodians, taking care of the earth, taking care of the wealth that we have, so we can pass it on to coming generations. Now we have new tools to tell that story. And with a commitment and a day to celebrate this, I feel today is the birthday of the new Africa. Happy birthday, all of us. Thank you very much. God bless us.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for the World Day for the African and Afro-Descendant Culture Celebration. We've come to the end of our program, but we still have important dignitaries here with us. We have an award-winning academician. She has served 2 ministerial positions. She's a professor presently at the Institute of African Studies. This Christmas, she baked the best cakes. Professor A.C. Sutherland, Auntie A.C. Apom to Nene. We also have the Chief Executive of Heritage Development and also a patron of the Ghana Cultural Forum, Togbi Akunu Dake. We have Professor Wellington, Heritage Architect, Academy of Arts and Science. Professor Kwame Ado, Development Architect. Because we've hit the end of the program, and because we're in somebody's premises, this is somebody's house. The person had an important meeting this morning. She still managed to join us. And so we're going to ask her to give us closing remarks and closing prayer and take us to her office and outside of her premises for the family picture. And I call on the mayor of Accra, Madam Honorable Elizabeth Tawia Saki, Mayor of Accra.
Ago nyameke cheme. Nime manche. His Royal Majesty Sovereign Niga Najandono. Name Kenime. Nine question bie. Sumo me fe naneme. Ni wana question bie. Nimba nyade omanye. Fiake henashe. Akeni wonwie Africa sani. Ni woba wo Jakuma Ghana. Ni wo ye ga.
They tell me I don't speak Ga. And so I ask what is it that they speak?
Mo sana mba ye ga kome o ba anya ga kome mene ni wo ba sonenye will baptize you into the Ga language because there has been a lot of cry on we having the Ga language missing, and we want to revive it like we revived African, as it said. And today is our birthday. So today is Ga. Wajakuma Ghana. Abengo wakete flan. Okay, nyoji. Shidaha Yehowa. Mone bongwe nkashipon. Obu adeche. Mene eha waheyeli. Wondaleshi. We are grateful to our Maker, our Creator, the one who realized that we do not belong to slavery any longer. So he, through his grace, had given us liberty. And now we stand on our own, independent. And we together want to glorify his name for what he has done for us. I'm very sure that today we are all rejoicing for the fact that we have had our liberty. And since we're no longer under slavery, as Professor did say, I'm so happy to welcome you all. And I really appreciate you that you are part of this program. And I say, Anyako, keheni nyejele hun. What I stand here to say today is, we are free, free indeed, and free forever. We are proud to be Africans, and we rejoice for the fact that even when we were left alone, today we can stand on our feet and be so proud to advocate all that we have through tourism, to tell the world that with wisdom, with knowledge, we are still Ghanaians and we are the blacks of Africa. I always am happy to see our chiefs, our queens, and the leaders of Africa right near with us, urging us to forge forward. And they always will strengthen us and make us know where we were coming from. And we always say a big thank you to God that He, in His own wisdom, allowed us to go through what we went through. And that has really enlightened us to do even more than we were doing before. And if we have built a country which do not belong to us, we now want to build our own. And we need to change our attitude and forge ahead and tell ourselves we are Black and proud. And since we are Black and proud, nothing stops us to do what we deem good and best for us. So I know together with you, we can stand here today and say, forge ahead, you Blacks. Let's raise the banner high and lift up our nations, for God Himself is our helper. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mayor of Accra, the first female mayor of Accra, I think. Thank you very much, Madam. She spoke in Ghana. And I'm saying this also because today, 24th January, happens to be the African Union African Language Day. Those of us who are not trying with the local languages, we'd like to thank everybody for being part of the high-level opening ceremony. We'll let the dignitaries at the high table and the Nimen, Namen, and Nanom step outside for the family picture. The colloquium continues immediately. Please don't go anywhere. We're just taking a picture. It won't even take us 3 minutes, and we're back here to commence the talk, the colloquium, the essence of our being here. Thank you very much.
This is Ghana, center of the earth.
Beautiful mother tongue, smiles of the people. Shining sun, the wisdom of the elders flow like water through the land. See Ghana, oh say, East Ghana, oh say, where Ghana, oh say, feel Ghana, oh say sun, the wisdom of the elders flow like water through the land. See Ghana, oh say, East Ghana, oh say, where Ghana, oh say, feel Ghana, oh
This is Ghana, center of the earth.
motherland, beautiful mother tongue, smiles of the people. Shining sun, the wisdom of the elders flow like water through the land. See Ghana, oh say, East Ghana, oh say,
Let me get
where Ghana, oh say,
Hello. Please be seated. We are just taking a picture and coming back. Please don't go anywhere. Hello, students. Hi. Hello. I have toffee for you. If you go out, you miss out. So please be seated, okay? You're welcome. Oh, Mama, Shasam. Oh my God.
Beneath the deep blue sky, the black star is calling. Follow the star and let them take you on a journey of our people. It's a country where the sun shines on all 365 days of the year. Capturing the stories of our kings and queens above. Experience of our castles and forts built on the sweat of a people full of dignity. I am Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, and I'm the proud president of the country at the center of the world, Ghana. Beneath the deep blue sky, the black star.
This is Ghana.
Beneath the deep blue sky, the black star is calling. Follow the stars and let them take you on a journey of our people. It's a country where the sun shines on all 365 days of the year. Capturing the stories of our kings and queens above. Experience of our castles and forts built on the sweat of a people full of dignity.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Can we be seated, please? Everybody settle down. Those outside, please come in so we can start the colloquium. Hey, Nime Name. What shall be a attaching? Please be seated so we can commence the colloquium. Morning. Are we in the morning? Morning. Yeah. Yeah, good morning to all of us. Please settle down so we can start the colloquium. The first session will be on integrating African history and culture into our educational system. And that is why you see a lot of young people here, students here. And the moderator for today is our mother, grandmother, our sister, our professor from African Studies, Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy. Shall we show her some love?
Hello.
Prof, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished panelists, the UNESCO representative, Nime, Name, and my friends, the children. Hi, lift up your hands, students, and let me see you. Hi, how are you? Good, good, good. Okay, now we've been, I guess we've been doing a lot of sitting and so on, listening to a lot of things. And since today is Ghanaian Language Day, I thought I'd do something very, very quickly, something that we all know. So if you feel young at heart, you can stand by. I want the students to say, "Oh, Afe Cheche Kule." Now everybody knows how to sing Cheche Kule, and it's gone to Colombia, it's gone to all kinds of places. So children, let's stand up and do Cheche Kule. Okay, Cheche, do what I do and say what I say. Cheche Kule, Cheche Kule, Cheche Kofinsa, Cheche Kofinsa, Kofi Salanga, Kofi Salanga, Lala Chilanga, Lala Chilanga. Kum, Ade, touch the floor. Kum, Ade, it's good exercise. Okay, one more time. Cheche Kule, Cheche Kule, Cheche Kofinsa, Cheche Kofinsa, Kofi Salanga, Kofi Salanga, Lala Chilanga, Lala Chilanga, Kum, Adende. Okay, thank you very much. I hope you are all awake now. Okay. All right. You know that games and songs help us to remember. So that's what we are trying to do. I'd like to appreciate the opportunity to chair this august panel. And moderators normally don't have opinions, but I'm a moderator with an opinion. I want to, first of all, comment on the fact that curriculum development is actually a sacred duty. And this is because the curriculum is the outline, the plan for making content available. It is what we guide ourselves by. So it has a mission, it has content, it aims at certain learning experiences and competencies and other outcomes, and then we have assessment. So curriculum development is a sacred duty. Those who have to do it are standing on behalf of all of us to try and put together what we need to learn in order to live well in the future as young people. Now, the problem or the issue with curriculum is something that I'm going to come to as far as Africa is concerned. The integration of African history and culture into our schools. Why should we even be talking about it now? It should be natural. It should be something that we don't even have to question. But there's a reason why we are questioning it today. And that reason is that our education system is one of the only education systems where we are not in charge of the story that we are telling. It's an education system that came to us from the colonial past. And it is very, very sad to have a situation where we have to now be thinking about integrating our languages, our culture, and so on into our curriculum. This is what we have come to because we were colonized. And this is what we have come to because there is what we call a hegemony, or we have the West putting their culture over all cultures around the world. And we are now having to struggle to bring our own culture into to where it ought to be. And it would sound like a contradiction because culture and history are the foundations on which the present of a people is built and their future is reimagined. Now, if we see ourselves like we've been told by Rocky, Dawuni, we've been told by the panel at the beginning that Africa is actually beyond the African continent. It's a vast mass of people. It is a people who are global, more global maybe than any other people in the world. And so African continent and its people have got to look at what has happened to us. Why is it that our formal education system has not prioritized history? We make it sound as if history and culture are things that we should ignore, that they will not take us into the future, that they will not, they are not scientific, and all these prejudices. It would be okay if somebody else was prejudiced against us, but we are prejudiced against ourselves. And that is the problem which we have to deal with. We've been sidelined, and we've been demonized, and so on. And all of this needs to change so that we can be assured of being global citizens that stand shoulder to shoulder with everybody else in the world. So I'm hoping that this panel will shed some light on some of the efforts that are being made to correct this situation. I hope that this panel will enrich the big picture, deal with the deeper questions of this, the unsettling history of our formal education and its place in our present and future. So what I'm hoping to do is to facilitate this discussion. And at the end of it, we are all going to participate. What are the values and competences that we want to see in our curriculum in order to make our culture and our history really play their role? Now, what I will do is that I'll be introducing the panelists one by one. And I'm hoping that you will stick to your time because we are 30 minutes late. And then at the end of it, I will make a few comments. Now, we're going to start the session with, is Mr. Lamin Diang's video lined up, please?
Hello, do you hear me?
They are not lined up. Are we lined up, or shall we go and then we...
Hello, do you hear me? Hello,
Otherwise, we do Dr. Violet and come back to him.
hello, do you hear me?
Okay. So we have the program specialist on social and human sciences at UNESCO, who is going to tell us something very, very important, which is about this wonderful project that UNESCO has carried out over many years to bring Africa into the curriculum. But the wonderful thing about the project is that this African history book is written by Africans. So we need to be introduced to it. Are we ready? Yes. Okay.
Do you hear me?
Let's have Mr. Lamin Diang then.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Azi, for your powerful introductory words. Since we are instructed to stick to our time, so let me just go straight to start. Yeah, thank you for giving me the Professor Adi. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the initiators of this initiative and to thank them for inviting me to this colloquium on integrating African history and culture into education in order to give you an update on the implementation status of the General History of Africa program. Do you hear me? Hello?
We hear you very well. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, thank you very much. Yes, my name is Mohamed Lamin Jain, and I'm the coordinator of the General History of Africa program within the Social and Human Sciences sector of UNESCO. Since I was allocated 5 minutes, let me go straight to my presentation. First of all, allow me to recall the context of the launch of the General History of Africa program, which is the African independence in the early 60s, and also the self-confidence inherited from the struggle for liberation, the dream of African unity and Pan-Africanism, African leaders who express a strong desire to recover ownership of the discourse of their past and to rewrite their history, but also the necessity to decolonize their people's mind or colonial mentality. Lastly, not but least, the ambition to have African voice heard. In 1964, the General Conference of UNESCO at its 13th session instructed the Director General to undertake the elaboration and the publication of a General History of Africa. This is a kind of follow-up of a political decision which endorsed the recommendation of African scholars, intellectuals, and ministers of education of the OAU, African Unity Organization, who a year before, in 1963, proclaimed the necessity of this work. The main objective of the General History of Africa are roughly to recover ownership of their past and the production of knowledge regarding their heritage, to depict a truer picture of the African continent, of its cultural diversity, but also to highlight the contribution of the continent to the general progress of humanity. The General History of Africa was completed in 1999. Just some facts. It involved 350 experts from Africa and from the rest of the world. It represented 35 years of international intellectual and scientific cooperation. It was written and published in 8 volumes, with the main edition in English, French, and Arabic. It was also published in an abridged version in English and French. Individual volumes have also been abridged in Kiswahili, Hausa, and Fulfulde in 3 African languages. It is available, the General History of Africa collection, in full or in part in 12 languages. It is accompanied by 12 studies and documents and 9 guides of sources of African history. Some findings of the General History of Africa. The longest history, more than 3 million years. The leading role of Africa during the first 15,000 centuries of human history. The Africanness of the ancient Egypt civilization. The ancientness of relations with Asia and Middle East. The Sahara as living space of contact and exchanges within Africa. And the significant contribution of African people to the general progress of humanity in all domains. Not only in culture, but in scientific aspect and other one. It is in this context, it is in this framework that in 2009, at the request of the African Union member states, UNESCO launched the second phase of the General History of Africa. The overall objective of the second phase is to use the General History of Africa collection to renovate history education in Africa, with a view to highlighting, inter alia, common heritage and shared values of African people, thereby fostering regional understanding, integration, and peace. The project also aims at strengthening ties between African people and people of African descent in other parts of the world. The specific objective of this second phase is the undertaking of the pedagogical use of the general history of Africa, the production of updated knowledge regarding the history of Africa and its diaspora, as well as the challenges Africa and its diaspora are facing, the promotion and dissemination of the general history of Africa. The new phase contributes to the achievement of the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance. It also contributes to the implementation of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. The main achievements of the second phase of the general history of Africa, which started in 2009, as far as the pedagogical use of the general history of Africa is concerned, it is the development of pedagogical materials for use in primary and secondary schools based on 9 learning units, namely Africa. The first one is Africa, the origin of humanity and civilizations. The second one is civilization and cultures of ancient Africa. The third one is states, kingdoms, empires, and other forms of social and political organizations. The fourth one is servitude, slave trade, slavery, and resistance. The fifth one is internal dynamics between the 70th and the 90th centuries. The sixth one is colonization, resistance, and liberation movements. The seventh one is emergence of new African states and building of the African Union. The eighth one is Africa and new challenges, which includes gender, environment, regional integration, African Renaissance, new domination, etc. Last but not least, the ninth one is African diaspora. The material, the pedagogical material target 3 age groups: 10 to 12, 13 to 16, and 17 to 19 years old. Within the framework of the implementation of this first component of the second phase, which is the pedagogical use, we also developed a glossary of concept, notions, and categorizations used in social and human sciences and applied to Africa. As for today, several countries have expressed their willingness to incorporate the pedagogical material developed based on the general history of Africa. I can quote some countries. You know, we have Botswana, Djibouti, Egypt, Ethiopia, Gabon, Ghana, Kenya, Liberia, Mauritania, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. Kenya is the most advanced one in this process. France is also the first non-African country that has taken practical steps to integrate the pedagogical material into its national curricula. As for the regarding the second aspect or the second component of the second phase, UNESCO so far has finalized the drafting of 3 new volumes. This is the response. This is the organization's response to the to a call made by the summit of the heads of states and government of the African Union, which requested the writing of new volumes of the general history of Africa to incorporate the latest developments occurred on the continent since the publication of the collection. So UNESCO engaged in the elaboration of 3 new volumes of the general history of Africa. The 9th volumes updates the collection. The 10th volume is about the mapping of the African diaspora, and the 11th volumes analyze and the challenges faced by Africa
Et
and its
analyser les
diaspora.
différents.
The third component is about the elaboration of materials for the public at large. UNESCO established some partnerships with the private sector, and sorry, and is the framework of these partnerships. We have developed exactly the Kush Productions, the production company of Zainab Badawi has developed in the framework of a tripartite agreement between UNESCO, OCP, which is an state-owned company, Moroccan company, which provided the financing, developed 20 documentary films on the journey, based on the general history of Africa. Radio France International also has developed 52 radio programs based only on the general history of Africa. It was animated by the chair of the International Scientific Committee. Sorry, it was hosted by the chair of the International Scientific Committee for the pedagogical use of the general history of Africa, Professor Eliki Ambokolo. We are trying also to establish partnerships to develop comic strips. UNESCO established a partnership with Martin Scorsese Foundation for the restoration of African classic films, of 50 African classic films. So far, 5 ones have been restored. We have also established partnerships early last year with Gondwana City Productions for the development of short videos based on the general history of Africa. The project, as you may see, is a very big one, and it faces some challenges at political level, which is the incorporation of the pedagogical material into national curricula. And UNESCO is doing its best to encourage member states, notably African member states, to integrate the pedagogical materials into their national curricula. The other challenge is the accessibility and dissemination of the volumes. We're trying also to develop partnerships with African editors in order to have the volumes in a more accessible way. The other one is the mobilization of other partners. We would like to establish partners with African companies, with African philanthropists, etc., and philanthropists also from the diaspora, from the African diaspora. Last but not least is the financing of the activities. So I think I stick to my 5 minutes time allocated. So I would like to thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer any question you may have. Thank you very much. Over to you, Professor Adi.
She's muted.
Get somebody to just show us like the volume, I know they are out there, but just to pick it up and let people see the book. Yeah. Oh, I am, but it's okay. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to move right along now, and we have a very erudite lady who is going to talk to us about the implementation of the African Union decisions. I hear I'm muted, so people online may not be hearing me. So could you do something about that. Okay. All right. So we have with us Dr. Violet Makuku. She's from Zimbabwe. It's good to say where we are from today and the different countries that are represented. And she's currently the Harmonization of African Higher Education Quality Assurance and Accreditation Initiative Project Manager. Wow, your position is very long. At the Association of African Universities, which is headquartered in Accra. So I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Violet Makuku to talk to us a little bit so that we can see how the implementation of AU decisions on the general history of Africa is going. And you have 8 minutes. I was very nice to Mr. Jiang, but I'm not going to be nice to those of you who are here. Okay.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here as an African child, and I'm proudly African. So much to be proud to be African. Today, I stand here to represent the Association of African Universities. It is the implementing arm of Africa's higher education matters. It is also the apex body for higher education in Africa. So the most important part is it being the implementing arm of the African Union in terms of higher education matters. Just the past presenter talked about the curriculum that has been developed to a certain level and not necessarily covering the universities. And to some extent, we may need to be concerned about that and register the concerns so that something can also be done. But because we are also there, we will make sure that we make our efforts formally and informally just to make sure African history is disseminated throughout the continent to all age groups. So what are the key issues with the African Union and all of us in relation to the general history of Africa? Number one, it shouldn't die a natural death. It should not die a natural death. And I reiterate and underscore that because if our culture, if our heritage, arts, music, dance, and everything slowly dies, how can we be identified as a people? Those are the things that I help to identify us as a people. And so we should do everything within our scope to make sure that our culture doesn't die. I'm so much proud of Ghanaians. You know, it's so outstanding. The cultural dress, the cultural music, you cannot mistake it for anything. And this is something very good, which I think we should all emulate, especially the whole of West Africa, I can say. The food itself, fufu, bangu, okra stew. My goodness. My favorite is bangu and okra stew. Yes, thank you so much. Number two, the African history should be documented by Africans and the Afro-descendants, because I think in earlier addresses, we heard that, I think it should be Rocky who said that people write about us and they say something about us which does not represent who we really are. But where are we? Why shouldn't we be writing about ourselves? Did somebody prevent us from doing so? And so this move to take the African history into the schools and curricula, it's something that is a big move, which will also preserve our history and culture. And I think it's everybody's duty to make sure that the African history is told. But the challenge is that, of course, it has been told from generation to generation, but with dilutions, because there's nothing which is really documented in other instances. Please, I'm saying in other instances, because some countries have tried to document the African history, the games, the music, the tradition, and everything else. Yes, it's very rich. But now, I think again, earlier presenters said, in the presence of the social media, please, it goes far and wide. We should push those things in there. On TikTok, people love TikTok so much. Just say something in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and you post it on TikTok. The realities of African history. And it goes far and beyond what you can imagine to other continents. Then the third one, the African history can be kept alive by such important events like the day we are commemorating this day. It's very, very important because it rejuvenates, it revitalizes the need, the consciousness for every African to be proud to be African, to also make sure that we forward that agenda of Africa and the African culture not dying a natural death. We are the people. But I think just an earlier speaker, our moderator, said that sometimes we don't like ourselves. We don't like our food. We don't like our herbs. But people from other continents are rushing to harvest and grab those things, to take them, process them, sometimes even without processing them, because they've also learned the value. They just also consume and use them like that. But those are the things we are shunning, to the extent that sometimes we buy them for a fortune when we are supposed to be supplying those resources which make the things that we buy. So what can we do? Poetry, it should not end with the 24th of January. I beg you. It should not only be the only day. Let it go and be spread across all the months of the year. And each time we are just refreshing, we are being reminded that we need it. How can we do it? Drama days, poetry days, dance, and other cultural activities that we can promote. The fourth one is teaching the general history. The formal way has been expressed by the earlier speaker. But I want to emphasize that education comes formally and informally. And so as parents, uncles, aunties, grandfathers, grandmothers in the homes and everywhere else, we need to propagate our culture. We need to talk about our African history. And that is the way we can continue to survive as the African people. And we need to work and work very hard in order to preserve our history and also in order to preserve our culture. Lastly, but not least, I want to look at my conclusion is that we need to cement and strengthen our relationships of Africa and Afro-descendants. It's very, very important. And I'll quote two aspirations from the African Union of the Agenda 2063 document, the Africa we want. Aspiration number 5, Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values, and ethics, are they in our curricula today? If not, we need to revisit. Aspiration number 7, an Africa as a strong, united, resilient, and influential global partner. The issue of looking down upon ourselves. No, if you know the African history, knowing the civilization from Egypt, knowing also every other achievement that has been done by Africa, it's something to be proud of. It's something to give us confidence to stand as equal partners. And lastly, I just want to say I'm glad and happy. In Europe and in the United States, they celebrate the inventors in Africa of Afro descendant. And they say that the pacemaker for the heart, it was a Black African. And we look at things like the elevators, things like the air conditioners. You would think, oh, we can't do it in Africa. Why I'm giving these examples is just to inspire us and tell us that we can stand as equal partners. I reiterate and I underscore that we need to stand as equal partners. Our African Union should be also equivalent of the European Union, and we go on like that to make sure our Africa lives. Long live Africa, long live all African countries, and long live Ghana for championing this cause. Thank you. UNESCO too, I can't go without mentioning, they've done a lot. I think earlier before this event, Alliance Française, in collaboration with UNESCO, did something. This one I wouldn't stop without commenting and saying something about it. Well done, UNESCO. Well done, all the partners who made this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, we are going to have interaction time at the end. So if anything that has been said, you would like to make a comment on it, please write it down, hold it, and let us have that comment at the end, interaction at the end. This is something that I probably, shouldn't be, hesitating to do, but I have to confess that I have been invited and have written a piece for the 9th volume of the General History of Africa. And my piece is on women's writing in Africa. So I think I need to say this. We are all trying to contribute to what is going on. Okay, so we do have a film. So we're going to watch a film, and then we go on to our next panelist, who is also going to be online. Thank you.
At the onset of the 60s, a number of African countries gained their independence after years of colonial rule. One of their key transitional steps was to initiate measures that would mark the start of a new life for their people. It is at this juncture that they joined UNESCO, confident that the organization's intellectual mandate to build peace in the minds of men and women would be of great benefit to them. Driven by a desire to reaffirm their cultural identities and to strengthen their common aspirations to achieve African unity, the country's first request to UNESCO was for the organization to help recover ownership over their past and take control on the production of knowledge regarding their heritage, their history.
The role of UNESCO is to really awaken that interest in African government, to embrace who they are and invest in it. We must know our past. We must embrace our identity in order to be developed. When you look at even the way history is told, it's like places in Africa, important sites are discovered when you have people who were already living in these places even before the explorers came in. But once the explorer come in, they name the place after them as if it did not really exist before the explorers came in. We are working with the curriculum development experts who would really then be able to first work with the teachers, train the teachers to understand how to use the content, be it in social studies, be it in the science subjects, in biology, in physics, in chemistry, because all of this is important for the young people to understand how to really integrate it. It's about knowledge, it's about values, and it's about skills, all captured in the general history of Africa. Because as you extract it, you'll be able to see where it becomes relevant. So that's the role of UNESCO, to continue to really conscientize those we work with and our partners to embrace all races and to ensure that Africa and Africans accept who they are in a very positive light.
For decades, UNESCO has worked to remedy the general distortion on Africa's history. The monumental task has generated 8 volumes of the General History of Africa, GHA. The second phase of the project, which brought together some 200 authors drawn from the African continent, African diaspora,
we seem to have difficulties. Should I continue? We should continue. Okay. All right. So the next person, have we got Dr. Mr. Yaundo
Yes, I'm
online,
online. Yes,
or should we come to the face-to-face?
I'm online. Can you see me? I'm online.
Hi guys, tell me something. Should I go on face-to-face? All right.
I am online.
All right. In which case, we come to Mrs. Amasewa Nekwe Tete. Amasewa Nekwe Tete, who is the Secretary General
Écoute, je suis en ligne là.
of the
Qu'est-ce que ça
Ghana
veut dire?
National Commission for UNESCO, is going to talk to us about the Ghana case. So you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Prof. Moderator, Excellency, Representative, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nime Name. It's a pleasure to be here. The brief I have is to talk about the case of Ghana as we look at this very important issue of culture in our curriculum. Now, when Lamine Diane started, he gave us an overview of this very seminal work called The General History of Africa. That helps me not start from how important it is to write down our history, because we are starting from a point where we say the history has been written. So now the question is, are we using it? And I'm looking at this from the case of Ghana. I'd like to start with a little bit of background and context, current context as well, and then if you allow me, I'll share some thoughts on what I think is the way forward. In Ghana, the body responsible for curriculum matters is called the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, NACA for short. Until 5 years ago, it was part of the Ghana Education Service. So in-house, the Ghana Education Service had a department that looked at the curriculum. I am aware that I am in the midst of professors, etc., and I'm sure they will confirm that a curriculum is a living document. It is everything, the totality of what you do, you learn, you experience during a course of study. And it is never static. It should be moving, because so are we. We are never static. There is no doubt that the General History of Africa document is a good one. But even before that, like many African countries, Ghana was colonized. Formal education, especially in English, was introduced to us by the colonial masters, who also were the first to write down pieces of our history. There is a good saying that keeps going from person to person that says, history will be kind to me because I intend to write it. Which just says that if I have the pen and I'm writing history and I am a part of it, it is very important, or I would want to put myself in the best light. Now, that in itself is not a negative thing. It's just a challenge to the other parts of the history to also make sure that the facts are reflected. And that is where there is a challenge to us as Africans, as Ghanaians, to ensure that we also write history. And this is where I believe UNESCO came in.
Je crois que l'histoire est intervenue en tant qu'instance sans agenda. Et donc, ils ont mis à contribution tellement de personnes. Si nous prenons toute l'histoire générale de l'Afrique, il s'agit d'une histoire qui va au-delà des siècles. Il y a tellement de personnes très bien qualifiées, ont écrit plein de choses indiquant que l'on ne saurait dire qu'il n'y a pas d'agenda. Il ne s'agit pas de révision. Il s'agit...
In our country, those 70 and older, 60, etc., will tell you different things about what we have done with studies in culture and in history. And unfortunately, it appears that the older we get as a country, the more our studies in culture and history dwindles. Partly because we try to find space for other
de l'espace pour des sujets nouveaux et également importants peut-être. Donc, par exemple, nous pourrions indiquer que s'il y a aujourd'hui une formation en informatique qui est nécessaire, eh bien, toute personne jeune doit connaître la technologie. Alors, pourquoi est-ce que ne pas mettre la culture de côté et remplacer par l'informatique? Et nous savons que sans cette connaissance ferme de qui nous sommes, eh bien, toutes vos compétences en informatique et en autres choses vont s'avérer redondantes et par conséquent, et cela est important. Il y a quelques erreurs qui ont été commises, je crois, dans le passé, parce que l'on continue toujours de mettre la culture de côté et puis l'on privilégie ce qui est actuel. Et c'est un problème.
And in Ghana at the moment, with the new curriculum for primary school, there is a subject called Our World, Our People, and it seeks to teach young people first about their community and their country, but also go beyond the country's shores and teach them that there is a world beyond Ghana and there are other people. Then there is another subject called history, and that curriculum at primary seeks to teach Ghanaian history. The contents have been developed. It is available online. I believe when the curriculum was introduced, a lot of historians, etc., were able to weigh in and discuss its contents. Let us note that that is in its first year of implementation now. So it's a very new thing. And we wait to see it begin to actually take effect. Who we are, pride in who we are as a people, and eventually good citizenship, global and national, depends on our knowledge of our history. And so I believe that the country is beginning to right some of the wrongs with these two compulsory subjects. But it ends at age 12 and at age 14, let me say, because it goes up to JHS. And when you start senior high, history is available as an optional subject. And at the moment, I know the curriculum is undergoing review, but at the moment, you can only do it with another set of subjects. So you cannot, for instance, do physics, chemistry, biology, and then history, or maybe arts, visual arts, drama, and history. I believe at the moment we have broken them into art, science, business, visual arts, etc. Hopefully, this new curriculum review changes that so that the history becomes a subject that everyone must take. I believe up to the end of pre-tertiary, some knowledge of history is important. An important conversation there is, what do you study? History is so vast. And looking at what this day represents, the World Day for African and Afro-descent culture, I see clearly that most of us are looking at the African culture. I know that Rocky spoke about traveling to Costa Rica. But if you go to South America, if you go to places, parts of the world that you wouldn't expect, we know of America because at least that history is very clear. You'd find that there are a lot of Black people there, and I'm not talking about immigrants, Africans who left in this lifetime, but whose ancestors went, and they have started their own culture, traces of which you would find in ours, but also additions that make it unique. So the issue of Afro-descent culture on its own, it's a big one that we should begin to study. Otherwise, we risk alienating them as well. They are not Brazilians, they are not African, they are not Costa Ricans, they are not African. They have to belong somewhere, and we must accept them as part of our community. And at the moment, in all of these documents, I'm not very sure that we have looked at them very clearly. We have the history that says, and then maybe as enslaved people, they were sent to this part of the world and that part of the world. But it seems to us, at least here in Ghana, in Africa, that is where the story ends. So what happened? How did they thrive? Which vestiges of our culture did they retain in the one that they have made? And so it is important for us to know what is happening in Egypt, what is happening in South Africa. But it is equally important for us to know what is happening in Brazil, what is happening in Jamaica, and all other places where groupings of people of African descent find themselves, irrespective of their color, their country that they originated from. And so there is a huge task there for us to handle. I mentioned that and stop there because I know that those on the African continent, at least the one that we are able to draw now, we still haven't quite gone around. The instances that we see of tribalism, of looking for hatred for one another, even on our continent. And we have some shameful experiences from other countries where Africans turn on other Africans. I believe it's in part because we do not learn enough about who we are and understand that we are brothers and sisters, that these borders are creations of political entities, that they are not natural separations. At the university here in Ghana, I come back to Ghana, at the university, efforts are being made. Departments of History, Departments of Pan-African Studies, African Studies, languages. I know in Ghana you can learn Swahili, at the University of Ghana, etc. But these should not be isolated cases. The discussions about African unity should not just be at a political level. And in Ghana, I believe that those who are pushing the cultural agenda are more non-political. It's coming more from CSOs, etc. And I commend them that they don't let these days, these events pass by. Dr. Makuku just emphasized that the celebration of these national days help us, these international days help us bring together colloquia like this and discuss these issues. We have made representation, the Ghana Commission for UNESCO, together with the UNESCO office in Accra, to NACA and the Ministry of Education, that it is very important that we consider using the general history of Africa in our schools. It is already made, the curricula is there. It is there for the taking. Even if it is put on initially as an elective subject, African history, and give young people the opportunity to opt for it, then we can say that all the writing, and it spans so many years, has not been in vain. We are not where we should be in Ghana as far as integrating culture and history in our curriculum. We are making some strides, but we will keep pushing. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. During the open session, I hope that those of us who know something, about the fact that, you're not, when you talk about history, every subject has history. Chemistry has history, technology has history. And the thing is, what have we contributed to it? And so it shouldn't be that history, you just do history as a subject, and then the person who teaches ICT doesn't talk about the contribution of people of African descent to ICT. We should be able to do it in any subject area. I don't know if you've tried to, I'm sure all of us have looked at all the emojis and things that are, on our telephones and so on, and you don't see yourself in the emojis. We have to create our own emojis. I don't know if when you type your name and it says that it's wrong, when you're trying to spell check, it was very annoying. Why is it that it says that your name is wrong? Or you try and do identification, and there's it's very clear that the new identification, electronic, whatever it is that they are doing, we have a lot of problems with trying to get the thing to identify Black people and so on. So that, if it's very contemporary, these issues are not anything to do just with the past. Thank you very much. All right. So now we are happy that we have Mr. Yao Indo, Director, International Bureau for Education, UNESCO IBE online, and he is going to be talking to us about proposals for the introduction of the general history of Africa into curriculums. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. I would like to say hello to everybody, to all the participants, and express my thankfulness for being invited by the organizers to attend this meeting and make this statement. Just one word about the International Bureau for Education. It's a UNESCO specialized institute based in Geneva, Switzerland, with a mandate that is focused on curriculum. Both the moderator, the SG NATCOM, and all the participants, even Lamine, are talking about curriculum. And the mandate of the International Bureau of Education is the curriculum. And for instance, since last year, we are working on how to draw lessons from the COVID impact on education systems to contribute to curriculum reforms and education transformation that member states of UNESCO are undertaking. UNESCO, as we know, UNESCO, Lamine said it in his introduction, UNESCO has been working for more than 20 years on general history of Africa, but so far no tangible result has been achieved, namely for lack of political will sometimes and the lack of resources mainly. But today the context is very favorable. We know that in the African Union Agenda 2063, it is mentioned that the general history of Africa should be promoted, and it also has been quoted as a priority for many African Union presidents that were in the speaking when they take the floor, their mandate, they all talk about promoting general history of Africa. And also UNESCO African Group in Paris had a meeting a few months ago, and they insisted on the fact that they want UNESCO to contribute to promote general history of Africa. Our Director General of UNESCO, Madame Azule, has requested some flagship programs, and among the flagship programs that she wanted to push herself, we have put general history of Africa, and we are going to work in this flagship program. And the flagship program is under finalization. We are going to have a budget we are going to have really a big project, international project of 4 years that will be dedicated to the promotion of general history of Africa under the leadership of our Director General, who is very keen on this topic. Another thing that I want to say, Madam Chair has just alluded to it, just to recall that general history of Africa is not only about the history of Africa, but it's also and above all about the contribution of the continent to the global civilization. And this is a component that is very important to remember. From IBE, the International Bureau of Education that I have the honor to chair, the IBE, our vision is that apart from the historical truth to be restored in the curriculums, general history of Africa is for us an opportunity to address some issues in the education system. For instance, the absence of African cultures, values, traditional knowledge, and languages in the curriculum is something we have to address. Another example is that African schools are kind of cemeteries of African cultures. Schools are a source of acculturation and condescendence building, and this has to stop. And we want to take advantage of the promotion of general history of Africa to address these issues so that we can improve things. And the challenge for us is how to transform African schools so that they are places where African and Western cultures meet, enrich each other's, and produce African who are rooted in their own cultures and proud of their cultures and proud of being what they are. So schools have to celebrate African languages instead of denying them. So my institute is engaged to contribute to that idea, starting by working on the promotion of African languages in curriculum and learning. Because for us, multilingual education is indeed key for promotion of cultures. The absence of a language means the absence of a culture. We all know it. But apart from the cultural aspect of these multilingual African languages we are promoting, it's a truth today that using African languages in education is one of the best ways to improve quality of education. So we think that there are many reasons that will enable us. You know, UNESCO has been working for 50 years on the promotion of, on the use of African languages in education, but so far we have not made it a reality in all countries. So we need to take advantage of general history of Africa to scale up the pilot projects that have all concluded to the fact that it's when a child starts school in his mother tongue, he has better achievements. So we need to take general history. We want in my institute to take advantage of general history of Africa to promote languages, cultures, and also African civilization as a whole. So finally, how concretely IBE want to promote general history of Africa? To respond to the question, we have put in our this year work plan and also our midterm strategy 2022-2025 that is going to be validated by our board at the end of this month. We have put the promotion of indigenous curriculum. For us, it's important that we see in developing countries, not only in Africa, because our institution is the global one, but also in Latin America, etc., how curriculum can be indigenous. Curriculum written by people who really understand the culture of the people local in the environment where they live, and also who are able to really make sure that the curriculum is culture compliant. So for us, it's something we are going to work on in terms of curriculum indigenization. And we will also work with headquarters to prepare the contents. Lamine mentions all the documents that are available and ready, but we will work with headquarters on the tools and learning materials ready for integration in the classroom, so that, and also in the teacher training curriculum, but because it's not only in the classroom, but also it has to do with the teacher training curriculum. So we are going to also work on the teacher training curriculum to make sure what is in the learning curriculum is also there, both for face-to-face learning, but and above all also for online learnings. We will target all countries who solicited IBE for support in their post-COVID curriculum reforms and transformation. You know, since the COVID started and the negative impact on education, both in content and modality of provision, we received up to date 23 countries of Africa who wrote to request IBE support for the curriculum reform that they want to undertake, drawing lessons from the COVID. So what we are going to do is that in each country where we are going to intervene, we will propose the introduction of General History of Africa in the curriculum of the country. Another way is that we are preparing what we call the IBE Curriculum Resource Pack, which is going to be the basis for the training the national capacity building in curriculum related issues. In this resource pack, we are going to make sure General History of Africa is one of the components. Lastly, we will use all IBE convening moments and meetings to promote General History of Africa. For instance, we are organizing what we call regional consultation on curriculum that gathers national experts in curriculum and directors. We are going to have we had one last year in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, for Latin American and Caribbean countries, and we are going to have one in Hiroshima in November 2022. And we are going to have one in Banjul in Africa in May 2022, this year. So these for us are opportunities where we are going to bring to General History of Africa on the table and then see how these directors of curriculum who will be gathered, how they can really, each of them take a commitment to make sure it is properly introduced in his country. With this, Madam, I think I just took my 5 minutes. I would like to thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and all the participants, and I'm available for any question if need be. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So because we are also dealing with African languages, before you leave the stage, you have to say something in your language. So before the end of the session, you know, even if it's to teach us how to say goodbye in your language, you have to do that. Okay, Ago, are we all here? Ago. Okay, so we move on. You can see that the people who are talking to us are very passionate about what they are talking about. And one of the things that we've had a lot of problems with in Ghana is deciding to use our languages in the schools. And those of us who claim to be middle class or whatever, we get frightened that if our children start learning in Ghanaian languages, something will happen to the English that they speak or something. I am trying to understand. You can see that I have a lot of difficulty with this. But we really have to make up our mind about these things for our country. We keep changing. We'll do this, then we won't do it. Then we'll start in class 2, then start in, you know, this is something that we all have to work on. But there'll be time to discuss these issues. And also there's something that he said, which I want us to think about. He says that schools are cemeteries for African culture. Isn't that a terrible thing? I mean, you really think about it. And why is he saying that? So let's try and talk about it, that yeah, schools are cemeteries of African culture. I was so struck by that. So now we have a very special person representing the African diaspora in the person of Dr. Aurora Vergara, the director of the Center for Afro-Diasporic Studies in ICESI University in Colombia. You are very, very welcome, Dr. Aurora, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor. Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, it's all right.
Perfect. Thank you for this kind invitation. Thank you, everybody, for this celebration. It is an honor for me to be part of this important day. I would like to share a few slides just to make sure that you can follow along. I send it to the team, but if you allow me to share a screen, I will be able to do it from here. While that is being sorted out, it is an honor for me to be part of the celebration of the World Day for African and African Descendant Culture. Thank you for this opportunity. Thanks to the Ambassador Claudia Turbay Quintero for suggesting my name to speak here today. I really appreciate it. Today, I have the responsibility to share a few ideas of how we are integrating history and culture into the school curriculum in Colombia. I am a sociologist, the director of the Afro-Diasporic Studies Center at ICESI. We are located in Cali, one of the major the cities with the major concentrations of Afro-descendant in Colombia. So today, I would like to share with you a few examples of what we are doing. CEAF is a research unit. We like to think about it as a think, do tank that is promoting innovation, that is promoting research, that is promoting teaching in public aspects related to the history, cultures, policies, and the knowledge production of the African diaspora. We understand the diaspora as a condition, as a process, but at the same time as a project of affinity between human groups of African descent in the world. We are developing a series of projects that help us to introduce the history of Africa into the curriculum, mainly in higher ed. One of the fundamental aspects of our vision lies in building networks with and between organizations to reduce the gaps that have limited the production of knowledge on the history and the living conditions of African descendants in the Americas and the configuration of the Black Americas. We seek to provide pertinent and necessary information to develop racial justice agendas through three main streams. First, providing empirical data. Second, training leaders, grassroots organizations, and communities to acquire and to consolidate the necessary tools to face an inherently unequal and often violent political and socioeconomic structure. And third, we are working on creating and circulating new narratives of long-standing racialized categories and discourses. We firmly believe that transferring knowledge and promoting public impact actions contributes to the construction of inclusive and equitable societies. I'll double check to see if I'm able to share screen now so that you can see a few images of Afro-descendants in Colombia and the work that we are doing. I'm not able to do it now, so I'll continue with my statement while that's sorted out. Along these lines, we have conducted several research projects in the intersections of mainly three academic fields: memory and reconciliation. The second field is racism and health, and the third field is racism and education. We have put together a series that we call Voices of Resistance. This is an audiovisual project linked to a CEAF line of arts and aesthetics, which aims to make visible and strengthen organizational processes of women and Afro-descendant communities. This project started in 2016 and continues until today. And what we do is that we introduce traditional songs into the schools so that we can reflect about the history of the country and also the African pretensions. And at the same time, we use these songs so that children can introduce aspects of reconciliation in the context of peace building in Colombia. The second project we call it Bohaja, Return and Forgiveness. And this is a study that allows us to introduce into the classroom the politics of forgiveness and reconciliation. And one example is about I'm able to share screen now, so I will follow along. Can you just confirm, please, that you can see the photos that I'm sharing now?
Yes, we can see.
Excellent, thank you. And these images will also help you to see the beautiful faces, bodies, and smiles of Afro-descendants in the African diaspora. Most of these photos were taken in Cali, but at the same time in the Colombian Pacific, so that you can have an idea of the people that I am talking about.
Where are the men?
Here,
Where are the men?
here.
Where are the men?
Ah, yeah, I hear someone asking about where are the men. You'll see the men shortly. I hear someone asking about where are the men. You'll see the men shortly. Thank you. Thank you. I proceed. The following project is called Voices of Visión Afro 2025, and here you are looking at one of the representations of the events that we held a couple of years ago. And this is an interinstitutional initiative to generate strategic transnational actions in the framework of the decade of the Afrodescendants. And this photo is very powerful because you can see a very young child in the middle, singing one of the traditional songs of her community. And this project is very dear to us because it is proof that we can continue passing on to new generations these songs and their meanings. Also here you can take a look at one of the images of the territories in which we're working, Bohaja. In Bohaja in 2002 happened a horrendous massacre. Almost 100 people were killed. And we're working with this community to make sure that the memory of their community is also preserved and is actually introduced into the school curriculums. We have also developed a series of documentary projects. You are looking at one image about voices of equality. Through this project, we present the stories of women and men that are leaders in Brazil and Colombia and that are helping us to imagine new futures in the political scene. Also, we are taking a look at a book, Demando mi libertad, I Demand My Freedom. And through this book, we are teaching and we are aiming for professors to use this book to teach about the stories of Black women that were able to go to court to demand their freedom. We are also working across different institutions in Colombia to make sure that racism and patriarchy are used as frameworks to understand the armed conflict, so that while Colombia is now tasked to write the truth about what happened during the armed conflict, racism and patriarchy are also considered as categories of analysis. We are also working through a project that we call Ready for Impact. And what we are doing within these communities and through these communities and with these communities is that we're trying to make sure that the ways of living in ancestral territories are also considered as part of the curriculum in the universities. Most of these leaders are now certified in what we call social management and natural resource management in ancestral and collective territories. And they are the ones leading the way through the educational system. So their ideas and the way in which they conceived land, collective and ancestral land, is going to be the center or is the center of the curriculum. We are also developing a project that we call Pacifico Task Force. And I think that you can relate, most of you can relate to one of the graphical representations of this project. With this project, we are facing COVID-19 in the rural areas of the Pacific and aiming that we can help the community to make sure that they can navigate through the impacts of the pandemic. I thank you for the opportunity to sharing this. I thank you for the opportunity to share these ideas, and I look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking to the time and for the images. I think that many of us haven't envisaged the fact that there are people of African descent living in Colombia. We should know, but we don't. And it's good that we have these images. We also, I think this raises issues of educational resources, and we need to talk about how to vary our educational resources so that they will be interesting. Towards the end, I hope that I can beg our traditional leaders to start thinking of how they can be resourceful to the school system and let the young people learn, what so that you don't have a situation where you are going to have a traditional ceremony and they don't know what the whole thing is all about and so on. All right. Now, our last online contribution is going to come from Dr. Evangeline Njoka, the Secretary General of the Kenyan National Commission for UNESCO, who, and we hear that Kenya has advanced quite far. So maybe this will give us an inspiration to do better ourselves. So can I please invite Dr. Evangeline Njoka to give the Kenyan country case?
Thank you very much, Professor, the moderator. And I would like also to thank Alma, my sister Alma, the SG of Ghana NATCOM, for inviting Kenya to be part of this very, very important celebration of the World Day of the African and the Afro-descendant culture. I've enjoyed all the presentations, and I'm privileged to be the last speaker. I had given out a PowerPoint, but I think I'll just go through. Most of what we had prepared was said by Muhammadu Diagne. I wish we had an opportunity to see the video, that did not work because it was featuring the Kenyan experience and, very, very well. But nonetheless, let me try and just see what we have done as Kenya. As was mentioned by Muhammadu, who gave actually the background and the history of the general history of Africa, that there was a decision of the African Union Ministers of Education in October 2017, that the general history of Africa pedagogical materials be adopted for schools across Africa. Now, following this, Kenya took the challenge and started doing this, using the pedagogical materials to promote, the teaching of general history, of Africa in our schools, in integrating it in the curriculum. At the time, Kenya was in the process of reviewing the curriculum, so it was very, very timely. So Kenya, through the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and also the Kenya NATCOM, which really convened the critical stakeholders, and the UNESCO Region Office, these institutions spearheaded the mainstreaming process, and we have had a number of achievements. Some of the achievements, we started by identifying the 9 core strands from the GHA pedagogical materials. Again, these were mentioned by Muhammadu, so I need not mention them. So this is where we started. And then these were then scooped and sequenced across the various levels of education in the new curriculum, which we call the competency-based curriculum in Kenya. The development of the general history of Africa, mainstreaming matrices then was done for these categories. One, the upper primary school, that is grades 4, 5, and 6. And these matrices were developed in 2018. Then the junior secondary school, grade 7, 8, and 9. and these were developed in 2020. And the senior secondary school matrices were also developed. And the development included, of course, all the experts from universities of history and all the areas, the private sector. And they did develop these matrices for integrating the general history of Africa. So for the senior secondary, this was done again in 2020. And Kenya has gone ahead also to develop the integrating matrices for diploma teacher education in secondary, for the secondary sector in 2020 also. Probably one can ask why the matrices, why the mainstreaming matrices? Now, the general history of Africa mainstreaming matrices indeed were and are still intended as a resource for curriculum developers to guide in the integration of GHA in the formal, non-formal, and informal dimensions of learning. And this we have shared, even with some countries, we have shared these matrices, and they are good, resource. The matrices were also aimed at facilitating curriculum developers to be intentional in identifying the general history of Africa concepts that can be integrated in the various subjects as they design curricula. And the matrices provide the knowledge, they provide the skills, they provide the values and attitudes to be taught explicitly during formal learning. And the mainstreaming matrices also provide suggestions on how the non-formal and informal platforms can be tapped to augment the GHA messages to learners as they deliver lessons in various subjects. We've had other achievements. These are like editing and pre-publication of the upper primary school, resources in the junior secondary school, the grade 7, 8, and 9 in 2029. So these have been edited, also pre-publication done. GHA mainstreaming matrices have already been mainstreamed in the social studies curriculum designs for the grades 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And among the subjects in upper primary and junior secondary school levels, social studies is the main career subject and a very good host for the GHA strands, the 9 strands that Muhammadu talked about. Other achievements are that most of the content from the general history of Africa strands have been mainstreamed in all the grades for the social studies curriculum design. And only about 10% of the GHA content is mainstreamed in 2 other subjects like agriculture, home science, health education, performing arts, visual arts and physical education, and Kiswahili. So this is an ongoing work. We are not yet there, but work is ongoing and we are hopeful that we'll get there in all the subjects. However, most of the GHA content has been mainstreamed in the grades 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The CBC curriculum designs that have already been finalized. Now, what are the next steps? Because this is a ongoing work in progress. Editing and pre-publication of the diploma secondary teacher education and senior secondary school, that is grades 10, 11, and 12. That is what we are going to do next. Also, and also finalization and publication of the 4 GHA mainstreaming matrices. So this we are going to publish them. Integration of GHA in senior secondary school during the curriculum design stage. Yes, this is also the next step. and integration of GHA in diploma secondary teacher education school during the curriculum design stage, and also the capacity building of teachers and teacher trainers on GHA. And this is where we shall need a lot of support from UNESCO and also from other partners. And I'm glad IBE is ready for that. We are happy that also the General History of Africa is a flagship project in the operational strategy for the Priority Africa, which as Kenya, we really are in the forefront in pushing for this. So we are also going in the next steps to disseminate GHA mainstreaming matrices indeed to the teachers and also teacher trainers. As we train them, we shall disseminate indeed these materials. We have also planned, Kenya has also planned to do development of a GHA online course for teachers and teacher trainers to be in sync with the new normal. Now that we have COVID with us, then we intend to do an online course for the teachers and the teacher trainers. What did it take to achieve this? We can say that indeed this has been successful because we identified the specific government partners under whose purview the General History of Africa falls. That is the Ministry of Education. We've worked with the universities, the culture departments, the ministry departments. Also, of course, the Curriculum Development Agency in Kenya. Not forgetting, of course, UNESCO, whom we could not leave behind. And also the capacity building and sensitizing of stakeholders. We did this a lot so that stakeholders could embrace a general history of Africa. We also did capacity building of government partners on GHA to ensure there is a common understanding of GHA and the importance of integration. So resource mobilization, human and finances to develop the matrices, these are critical. And this is where UNESCO and partners should come in to support the countries of Africa, African states. Of course, identifying the correct opportunity, like we have said, Kenya was in the process of reforming its curriculum. I've heard also Ghana is in the process. So this is a very, very good opportunity to integrate general history of Africa. And also, let's not forget also the education for sustainable development and also GCE. We have also been integrating this alongside the general history of Africa. So thank you very much for listening to us, and we are ready indeed to work with any African state to share our experiences. Thank you very much.
The processes that you have talked about don't seem, I think that they are followable. It's something that is workable. And I hope that we are listening very carefully to that. So now we come to our last but not least panelist. And this is going to be Mr. Alexandre Foulon, who is the head of cooperation and cultural affairs of the Embassy of France. And we've been told, and the Ghana director of the Institut Français, and we've been told that it's because France is the first country outside of Africa which is actually adopting the curriculum. So let us hear what is happening on that front. Alexandre.
Thank you. on history and geography. And third, since a few years, approaches have been renewed and spaces for research and innovative teachings have been created. So let me do a first, let me go back a bit into history and do a quick overview of the last decades. No need to go back to the colonization or the pre-independence era between 1945 and 1960, at a time when school curricula were reshaped in France following World War II, to understand that because of France's colonial history, African history and culture, when taught, were full of negative stereotypes. As France rebuilt its nation, several phenomena occurred and induced important changes in curricula. Secondary education generalized, and from less than 5% of an age group in 1945, 30% of the youth obtained their baccalaureate, which is the equivalent of the Ghanaian WASSE, in 1985, and it's now 80% of an age group. So new programs became necessary. At the same time, new states transitioned from colonial rule to independence. In the wake of the independence, post-colonial migration took place, and major figures, political and artistic movements led by Africans or French people of African descent appeared in the public space. The conjunction of such events created the first need for evolution. And in the 1960s, France started to integrate content dedicated to Africa, trying to promote a more balanced vision than the one previously taught at school. Historians took part in the process, including, for instance, the Burkinabe historian Joseph Kizerbo in 1960, who later coordinated two volumes of the general history of Africa. And in a sense, it was the first attempt to integrate the yet to be general history of Africa. However, it remained very marginal, incomplete, and still included a lot of stereotypes. So only a few countries, such as, for instance, South Africa or Côte d'Ivoire, were mentioned in curricula. Historical facts on pre-colonial history were very limited, as well as maps, for instance, of the continent. In the 1980s, in the last years of the Cold War, which became, as you know, hot wars in a number of countries, a reverse movement was observed and new stereotypes were forged. And the development, marginalization, and the idea that Africa was not a center, but a periphery of the main Western and Eastern blocs. This has been taught in schools, in junior high schools, in secondary high schools, from 1982 to 1998 in France. As you can easily imagine, generations of today's adults have grown up with these ideas. At the end of the century, things changed again, and the teaching of some parts of African history were systematized and became more accurate, and especially through the role of research. For this to happen, it took memory laws to be voted at the French Parliament and implemented, which sparked intense debates in the French society on whether it is up to politicians to create and to define what needs to be taught at school, or if it was the role of the scientists. The Taubira Act of May 21st, 2001 recognized, for instance, the slave trade and slavery as crimes against humanity, and their teachings became compulsory at school in France. Even if it makes no doubt that it was a step in the right direction and encouraged both teaching and research, African issues in school books remained only linked to history and geography. On one side, a dramatic history of domination from slave trade, colonization, and decolonization, and on the other side, a geography of economic marginalization. There was a clear lack of positive representation, except maybe in literature. Africa was not present in teachings such as sciences, social sciences, music, architecture, and many more. So since a few years, approaches have been renewed and the spaces for innovations have been created. During a speech made in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso in 2017, the French President Emmanuel Macron announced a number of initiatives aiming at changing the French-African relationships. One of these flagship initiatives was the Africa 2020 season, which eventually happened in 2021. The principal organizer of this season was the curator and academic Ngoné Fall from Senegal. And her main objective was to change the vision and the narrative on Africa through a pluridisciplinary program in arts, research, education, sciences, and many disciplines. A symbol of the season was the presentation by the chief curator herself, Ngoné Fall, of the General History of Africa to France and the partnership signed with UNESCO to strengthen teachings in its education programs. It followed actually, it was not the first attempt. It, as was recalled by Mr. Diagne at the beginning of this panel, it followed the first partnership with the French public radio RFI in 2016, where 52 programs were created and coordinated by the Congolese scientist Elikia Mbokolo. France, based on this partnership, developed a national plan to integrate the general history of Africa into curricula of history, languages, arts, and music, and produced with stakeholders engaged in education, teachers, content producers, publishers, and different stakeholders, tools to meet this target. And especially 50 pedagogic files to develop these new teachings. I can quote a number of initiatives taken under this framework. At kindergarten level, for instance, the toolkit was conceived around 7 contemporary artists from 7 different disciplines to develop 7 core competencies of the young kids. In primary schools, I can quote a number of initiatives too. Songs, for instance, in music from a variety of singers, such as Big Bassi from Cameroon, New Batons from Sudan, from Morocco, or others were integrated in the curriculum. Oware, the famous Ghanaian game and West African game, are used in some school books, for instance, in mathematics, to develop skills in mathematics. Asian and design artists from the continent also present in the school books. And even in sports, some activities were integrated, and I can mention, for instance, the Senegalese wrestling, which has been introduced into sports. In secondary schools, cinema, in partnership with the French National Center for Cinema, the CNC, has been introduced, and also in link with the Institut Français, who harbors a vast collection of 1,700 films, on which started to renovate this and digitize this important collection and make it accessible to for free to a larger number of people, including schools in France, but also abroad, and especially here in Africa. Music was introduced, I mean, there was, of course, a lot of teachings around the music, but new styles were introduced and integrated in the curricula, from different places in Africa, as well as in primary schools sports with, for instance, the Ethiopian dance Skista. Literature, again, more African writers have been introduced to the programs. Geography is now tending to focus not only on economic marginalization, but dynamics of identities and environment matters with a strong focus on African issues. And of course, history. Medieval Africa is present in junior high school, especially junior GHS2, since 2010 in France, but teachings have been recently reinforced. In SHS1, for instance, you have teachings on Southern Africa, on the Benin Kingdom of the 17th and from the 16th to 18th centuries, North Africa of the 19th century, the Dogon country in Mali, current Mali, from the 14th to 15th century. And in geography, you have some special focus on special African cities such as Dakar and others. In the last year of SHS, there is a whole teaching about the democratic transitions in Africa. So all this work was, before concluding, I have to say also that in addition to these new teachings that were introduced, teachers were trained because they were not used to teach that teachings about Africa. And not only teachers, I would say, but also documentalists and people that are managing school libraries. And it's really an important part of the steps that have been undertaken. So all this work was also made possible because at the same time, other revolution took place in the French society with new initiatives such as the creation of African History and Archaeology Chair at the College of France in 2019, which is a prestigious higher education and research establishment, such as, I already mentioned it, the digitization of the cinema collections that are conserved in France. And I can also quote, for instance, the creation of the Foundation for the Memory of Slavery and Slave Trade based in Nantes, which are also non-governmental actors developing education on some particular important issues, such as, for instance, slavery. So this is quite new in France. I think it now needs to be consolidated and institutionalized so that Africa and sciences produced, ideas produced, philosophy produced here, and social practice in Africa can be fully integrated into French curricula. It's all the more important, of course, that it's a way to consolidate, to build a nation that is integrated so many people from different cultures and especially Afro-descendant people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fonlon, for sharing what is happening in France. I don't think that I think we need to be very clear that this kind of deliberate effort to change the narrative is something that needs to be recognized, because we've had more or less centuries of being depicted in a certain light, as he had said. And the deliberate effort, that kind of effort, we need to also make it, within this continent as well. But some of the things that have been done are very interesting. Right, so we now come to to we're going to have a shortened interactive session because of the time problem that we have. So we're going to open the floor for issue. How are we going to do this? Are we going to have a mic, or are people coming here, or we'll send the mic round? Okay, we've also got folks online. Let me see what questions have been raised. Can you make it bigger? All right. We will take questions and comments, and let's start with, yes, please. And then I will also read what is online after. Yes, go ahead, please. Just please identify yourself.
Je vois qu'il y a d'autres personnes aussi.
Qui n'entendent pas.
Sound, please. Ouais, ouais. Sound, please. Sound, please.
Okay.
Okay, c'est bon, moi.
Thank you. I think that endorses the UNESCO project, and I think we were told that it begins 3 million years ago. So yes, so and I hear that there are copies that you can examine outside, not to take away, but to examine. Yes, please. You need to use the microphone. Can we, I think, is this possible to move the mic around? Take one of these mics or something, somebody's coming, I think. Okay, I would like people to, 1, 2, please line up if it's not difficult to get out. If it's difficult to get out, we'll get you the mic. So we're going 1, 2, 3. Yeah? Okay. Is the mic working? And let's be brief so that more people can have a chance. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Tim Tony now of Dagbang, Northern Region. We're talking about our culture and then our languages. It seems some of us do not speak our own language to our children. That's my biggest problem. And then in the schools, the languages are spoken. But some of them, you can even take 2 languages in the schools. And I heard about this history. Now with the curriculum, the new curriculum, the whole our world, our people, it starts from primary 2 onwards. So I think that one too is very important. And we thank the Education Service for introducing all this in the schools. But my problem is, let's all teach our own languages in the house so that from the house, when the children get back to school, they can also learn other languages. But some of us do not speak our languages. Now, as I'm speaking, most of the radio stations or even the TV stations, the language is a problem. We need to get more staff to speak our languages on the telly, but we are not getting them. Imagine me at this stage, I'm still using my local dialect on television, Ghana television, because we can't get most of the children. So I think we can start it so that it will help all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what you've said reminds us that, can we get the mic over here? No, I know you have a difficulty moving. No, it's okay. Yeah, let's give her the mic, please. I can just see she's over here. Yeah. And then there's
yes, I moved this way.
Yes. I beg you, could you please sit and let this lady speak first? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Mireille Mouéllé. I'm specially coming from France. I'm the member of the International Committee of GMCA, and I'm the special conseiller of the President John Haïté Dossaoui. So I'm Afrodescendant. I'm born and I live in France. So I'm bicultural, and I've got something very short to say. The 6th region in the city that dare and undertake culture is our tradition, our ethnic group, our multiculturalism, our know-how, our talents, our excellence, the science, the culinary arts, finance, and foreign direct investment, all of which have given the country its emerging status. The status of emerging, we have at the crossroad. We are living in the repatriation. We are not waiting for anyone. We observe it. The rulers and the different leaders have prepared in advance our arrival, including our criteria and of hybrid children and particularities. We are regalian structure and our types of institution, those who are not ready, those who are not still hesitating, can put themselves on the sidelines. Time is a human notion, nature and history do not wait. I'm French speaker. I'm coming French. You are from the French speaker becoming. That's what the president said in Ghana. And there is a program in a Francophonie organization with their Elan. Elan is the Africa National Study. So you have in the education, you have in both sides, French and African tongues. So it was created in 2011. So I don't know why we are not speaking about it. I don't know why we are living in Afrodescendant. We are living in an intemporal space, because when we are in France, they say sometimes we are African. When we are in Africa, they say we are French, but we know that 4 days ago, there was a documentary in French TV. This documentary was about Black in France. I recommend everybody to see that. It's very spectacular. And Afro-descendant people, we are not living very well anywhere because the Africa is our land, but how we are living. Today, I heard many people who are speaking about diaspora. I'm not diaspora because I'm born in France and I live in France since half of century. But what can I do? What do I have to transmit to my children? What does I know about Africa? I live in France. They don't learn me about Africa. When I come in, who I am, they tell I'm African. But which kind of African? I'm not Ghanaian. I'm not Malian. I'm African only. I'm African unity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Yes.
Well, thank you. My name is Abeku Sego. I'm a dramatist, an actor. I want to know I want to find out from UNESCO, what is its plan for the sustainability of what it plans for us to teach in the schools? The children don't live in the schools. They spend a few hours at school and then come home where they live their lives. Now, whatever we teach them at school about our culture and all that, what is the sustainability? What are the plans to get them to live like Africans? When they come out of school, what are the programs at home, out of school, for them to continue? Majority of the children are also out of school. Are there any programs to also orientate the out-of-school children? We want to tell our stories and all that. We know that has been said several times. Until the story of hunting, the lion has started telling the story of hunting. The hunter would always glorify itself. I'm sure the hunter is not only interested in telling the story. It is also very much interested in the ones to whom it tells the story. And I believe that it will choose the children of the lion to hear its story so that they fear the hunter. So I want to know, what are the programs, the sustainability programs that will make us live like Africans when we come out of school? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Abeku, as for you, you are my brother, so I'm going to turn this thing on you and say, what are we doing, at home? Various organizations, we have so many organizations and ways in which we could change this narrative. So I ask for you, dear. I know I can do this to you, not to everybody else, but yeah. Okay, Madam, you want to say something? Please. Okay, because we are going to close the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody. Actually, my name is Nanajua Awari, an evangelist and at the same time a minister. The author of Theography of Arts and Culture. And today, you could tell, it's also our day as well. But I thank God for our lives, especially the life of the organizers and all that. And God for making it possible today for all of us to be here. Mind my language anyway. My kind of core is art and culture. So you may be hearing the tree and the rest. It's all part of training. What I will say, or comments, either comments or contribution that I can give is, we've all studied, in fact, as intellectuals and all that, we've studied together. But one thing I think was a little, down for me on my side, or my part, is what our mom even, emphasized, which was it's ill to be educated these days. I don't know about that, but that was the only thing I didn't like. Without education, there's no life. Without education, there is no religion. Without education, there's no training. You can't do away with education. All was used and now was about education. Education is the key, the power to even success. But since in our colonialisms and the rest, most of them didn't have the chance for that. That made it possible for all of us to be helping each other. But there's nothing like taking your children to school or training them, even at home. Charity begins at home. It's an illness, ill something gotten, or it's uneducated. You know, it's not trained. No, it's good to educate. As well as you can see, what nowadays I don't like about the you know, what we are the kind of either training or what have you that we study is it used to be opening prayer, God first, and closing prayer. It's part of our arts and culture as an African. Every African you see has the bearing of religion. Religion in their own kind, whether Muslim, Christians, and what have you. But the people have made it in their own understanding that even art and culture, what is art? What is culture? Culture inheritance is the heritage. Is instead of training or instead of our own kind of to come and, you know, to come and succeed or success, as tend to be kind of in their own mental, you know, faculty or what have you, as tend as an evil thing. Like if you are into culture, meaning you are worshiping idol, which is not the case, which shouldn't even be the case. That is not education. Talk of educating one another or training. And since charity begins that, so what I believe is we should train up the children the way they should grow. When they grow, they never depart out of it. So it can't be just the culture alone. I'm an author of art and culture, but I don't believe in training children. Our focuses should be alone on culture and art. Whereas we are African, we know all the food we eat is very enjoying. Each and every tribal or every ethnic has their own way.
Can you round
same
up,
as
please?
Same as our own understanding of religion, religious studies, and all that. So adding God's way, God's fearing in our own art and culture dialect.
Madam, can you round up for me, please?
So my
Thank
problem was the opening prayer and the closing. I even will be as an ambassador if you call me to do the closing, which should be there.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, please. We have two things. As an African, this is from Georgina Bapoku. As an African, I'm proud of my culture, which defines me. What measures are we practically doing to inculcate the learning of culture in our educational system and curriculum? Because we see period after period the removal of such information in our curriculum and extracurriculum activities. I think that this is what we've been talking about. And the other one is how long will it take for the curriculum to be amended so that it reflects the true history of the African diaspora? And it should start from JSS. This is from an anonymous G. Okay, so we have two gentlemen here, or one gentleman over there, and then we're going to close the session. Please remember that we have a next session, which is on culture. Will be immediately after lunch. So there'll be a lot of time for you to make further interventions. Yes, please, gentlemen.
Hi. Thank you very much. My name is Kweku Sechi. I'm a journalist. Hello? Yeah, my name is Kweku Sechi. I'm a journalist. I work at City FM. And it's very enlightening, the submissions we have so far. My contribution is in schools. I think that is where our problem begins. It seems the educators themselves are not educated enough to impact on the children. You go to schools and you see signs like speak English only. Recently, I thought about this. This is what we grew up seeing, speak English only. You speak your own African language and they beat you for speaking your own language. I went to, they used to beat us for speaking Fantichi and all that. And once you beat the child for speaking his own language, it gets into him that my language is Bola. And they grow up with it. So I think these are the things that we need to start looking into. This has been in our education system for like 60, 70 years. So you know the kind of people growing up with this inferiority complex, oh, my culture, my language is Bola. That's how it starts. You go to school, you start early in the morning. As I think we've seen something like that here. You have to get up and do opening prayer and morning prayer. And those who say they don't want to pray to Jesus, or they are punished. But we are a country of different cultures and different religions. Why don't we allow a child who says, "Hey, I don't want to pray to Jesus Christ. Why can't one? They are Muslims. They are people who are born into traditional homes. They shouldn't be forced. Even the government schools do that, and they are the ones who are supposed to lead this thing, religious diversity and people's equal right but they force children to pray to Jesus morning, evening. So I think this is where we should begin the education, the schools, because these are the people who are going to grow up and educate the next generation too. Thank you very much.
Yes, culture and curriculum development and all that is always a very controversial thing. And I'm sure that we need to continue this discussion. Please allow me to close the session because we have...
And TSC, sorry, there was just one more speaker, if possible. It's just me. Is it possible for me to just finish?
Will you be here after lunch?
Probably not. So I just want to say something very quickly.
Very, very, very quickly, please.
Very, very quickly, TSC. Aiko. Guys, that was a very weak Aiko. Mesdames, Wase, mpanyinfoɔ, nkurɔfoɔ ɛna mu nyinaa mo aba ha na ɛne UNESCO. Yɛda mo ase paa sɛ ɛna motumi ɛma yɛn nyinaa yɛyɛ nhyiamu yi ɛma wɔanim nyinaa aba so. I do apologize. It's sad that I actually have to continue this in English, but it's such as it is, and so I will do so. Very quickly, Auntie Esi, I just want to thank you for putting this together today for us. I see the necessity, there's an importance, and many people have said things today that is very poignant to our society and our culture. As one of the ladies said down there today, charity begins at home. And if charity begins at home, then education begins at home. And education is intrinsic in our culture, our tradition, our heritage, and who these children are. So in the UK, we started something called Destination Africa, which I think Uncle Abeku asked, how do we continue this outside of the school? There was a lady that was sat over there that said that she speaks her children with her language with her children at home. And my name, I do apologize, is Abna Richardson. This is my husband, Michael Richardson. We have 3 children, and from the time they were born, we taught them how to speak their language. And speaking a language isn't just a case for speaking the language. You have to be able to read it, write it, and understand it. And you use different parts of your brain to be able to do that. So when a child gets to school and they're now teaching them a foreign language, as the mayor said, we are now a free people. We're Black people, we're free. So if we're a Black people and we're free and we're speaking our language to our children and they go to school and we start teaching them a language which is spoken 6,000 miles away, then there is a true agenda to superimpose somebody else's culture, traditions, and everything else on that child. So we started this group to really teach children that they are the learners of today and the leaders of tomorrow. We can't be sitting here complaining about what we should do with our children, or how our leaders are leading us when we're not setting the right foundation. So every Saturday, ever since we arrived in Ghana, for 2 years now, we meet at the Legon Botanical Gardens to teach children everything that's intrinsic to their culture, including things like critical thinking, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, all the life skills that are needed for them to create impact and really make a difference in the global society. So my question to the panel is, as great as this this event and this meeting is here today on TSE. How do we as a people get together to change and direct the narrative as you so spoken about today? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, the next session we'll take it up. I hope that my panelists will forgive me for not coming back to you because there's a real time crunch now. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for sharing what you have shared. I hope that we've retained it and that we are going to think about it. The issues that have been raised are critical, and we all have a duty to try and do something about this. I just want to end by urging, I'm just using our traditional leaders, but really writing about ourselves and our history can start this minute. You don't have to be, a professor or whatever. I would want to urge you to get yourselves recorded, talking about what you do, talking about why we do it, talking about its importance, and so on and so forth. And let's get that written down. Somebody was talking about TikTok, and so there are many ways in which we can share this now. So please, let's see. Can you have a museum in your palace? Can children come and see the artifacts that are there? Let's see what we can do within and outside of school to make a change. The curriculum, as I said, is a secret duty, and those who are in charge of it have to take it very, very seriously. I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to chair this session. And please, come back after lunch. Is going to be 30 minutes, and then we come back for the next session at 2 o'clock. Okay, and then we have we have the book, the general history is outside, but we also have an example. Professor Ajiri Wellington has written a book about the memories of the host communities of Danish transatlantic slave trade. Stones Tell Stories at Osu. It's out there. It's 100 CDs for those of you who want to buy it. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Housekeeping, where's the lunch, please?
Okay. Lunch is outside in the garden, so I would encourage you to quickly get there, grab something to eat, and then come take your seats for the next session. Thank you.
Beneath the deep blue sky, the black star is cold.
You are down. Yeah, you are down. Thank you very much. Great. So I want to say thank you to this dance group. Shida Cultural Troupe. You are done. Thank you. Okay, great. So that was our little icebreaker. I was going to take you through another one, but I'll spare you then till the very end. So thank you very much for coming. We'd like to welcome all of you here, including participants who are joining us online. If you don't mind, I would want to take my seat. Thank you. This section is dealing with beyond education, creative, and the cultural sector, the intangible heritage levers for the transmission of our history. And I think that it follows well to the morning session that the session we had just before lunch, which was dealing with the issues of history, the general history of Africa. So here we'll be looking at, basically expressions, cultural expressions, cultural production, the cultural industry, and how that should reflect our culture. As for the preliminary remarks, let me just acknowledge very sincerely the work that UNESCO has done, recognize the role that under leadership of Mr. Diallo, and also POWER, the Pan-African Writers Association, for mobilizing some of the participants we'll be listening to, the presenters that we'll be listening to. Thank you very much, Professor Wale Okediran. Thank you very much. I'd also want to recognize the role played by the Musicians Union of Ghana and the Ghana Cultural Forum, represented here by Bosco. Is Bosco here? Yes, and of course, all those who were part of this planning process. Just a few words I scribbled down as we were sitting down, just because sometimes we don't have the opportunity to give our closing remarks because there's no time normally at the end. But I thought that it would be important that we look at the place of the creative sector. Since we are talking about history, in raising consciousness about the place and relevance of our own history, in explaining our circumstance. Invariably, we tend not to want to look at history at all when we are looking at why we're here today and the conditions in which we live. But unfortunately, we cannot do that. History is absolutely critical in explaining where we've come from and where we are going, and defining who we are. The second issue I'd like to raise briefly in relation to history and how we reflect this in the creative process is the recognition and contribution of our forebears, in the making of history. The recognition of our own forebears, male, female, in the making of history. And also in in giving us the necessary confidence, knowing that we've had forebears who have contributed enormously to the making of history. You know, many of the iconic personalities that we have, whether across the world, in Europe, in America, here in Africa, are critical. And why we create these icons and recognize this, because they give us confidence that we too have people. I can talk about my great-grandfather, my great-grandmother, you know, this important forebear, because he or she contributed to the making of history. And how do we reflect that in the creative process? How does our expressions reflect that? It's absolutely important in emphasizing the resilience and vitality. And the other thing has to do in instilling pride and confidence and raising consciousness about the importance of our traditions and customs and their positive attributes. These days, sometimes it's heresy to talk about custom, to talk about tradition. You know, but it's absolutely critical because these are what has defined us, you know, for everything that we do. And how do we reflect those and their positive attributes, you know, in our creative expressions? So absolutely critical. The last but one issue I'll raise before I introduce my guest has to do with how do we reflect our value systems in our creative pieces, in our cultural productions. Our value systems, whether they are moral, whether they are ethical, or whether they are aesthetic. How do these values of our people, are they reflected in our creative pieces, and how do they, it's important for us in creating confidence. Look at how beautifully many of us are dressed here. These are important values that we represent, you know, and so on, how we speak and communicate and so on, you know. And they say, this man is a good person. This person is a bad person. You know, this person is, you know, it's a beautiful piece of art, or this is a beautiful hairpiece, you know, and so on. So those are also very important. The final point I'll raise, which is absolutely critical, has to do with the issue of language. Particularly, we've mentioned that today, our indigenous and our local and national languages that we have. You know, how to reflect the language in the creation process, in the creativity process, in the creation process. In ensuring that, because majority of our people speak our local language, we are unable to communicate and reach the majority of our people using a foreign language, because the majority of our people, you know, speak the local language. And that's why sometimes we have such bad politicians, because they tend to speak in English, thinking that they are reaching our people, but they are not. You know, so, and, you know, so it's absolutely important in how we articulate, you know, and so on, and how we ensure that we actually work with the local languages work within the local languages in the creative works and so on that we produce. So these are just basically contextual issues, and I would like to go straight to introduce our. Okay. Okay. All right. A couple of our colleagues will be joining us online. So we start with those who are here physically. And then, so we have here Mr. Joy Bosompem. Mr. Bosompem, a very good friend of mine, an executive member of the Ghana Culture Forum. He's a lecturer at the National, NAFTA is what? National, thank you very much. The National Film and Television Institute. It's not still a university. It's part of the process. Oh, okay, all right. You are here. All right. He's also a director and has done a lot of work in the production of film, essentially. And he will be, actually, we're supposed to have two people speaking on the power of images and sound. A representative from FESPACO, who unfortunately could not join us, and then Mr. George Bosumpim of NAFTI. So, George, if you are ready, you can make your presentation, and you can make it as conversational as you want, since you're a lecturer. Okay, all right, thank you.
Hello? Okay. All right, so images and sound. A combination of images and sound normally will give us a film. You know, whether it's a short film, a feature-length film, or a documentary, it could be animation, what the young folks over here will call cartoons. You know, because we have school students here, we need to explain it further. But how did, I remember, I think the moderator mentioned history, and history is very important to all of us. How did we also get to start doing films? And there's a history behind it in terms of the African continent. Filmmaking on the African continent by Africans started for many reasons. Many reasons. Now, the most mentioned is to correct and reverse the misinterpretation of Africans by non-Africans. And so that's the basis for filmmaking within that period of post-colonial Africa. Early African filmmakers have used film as a tool to fight for independence. Others used film to make social commentary on the new nations being birthed. Now, what do I mean by they using it to fight for independence? The independence of the mind is what I'm referring to. And that's what we use film for just after independence. This is because there was awareness that the combination of image and sound possesses unimaginable powers in representing, documenting, archiving, and oral history preservation of our people. So it was important that we also use that tool. And of course, the colonialists used that as a basis to colonize us. And so there are films that were made within the period of colonialism, especially with Ghana, where we were lucky to have gotten the Gold Coast Film Unit in 1948. And within that period, although it was used as a tool to also train a few of our own people, it was also used to manipulate us because of the propaganda films that they did. You know, and so it's important that we needed that independence. And our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, will say that we had a Europeanized minds, and those Europeanized minds needed to be liberated. And so the essence of the Ghana Film Industry Corporation came into being when we got independence. So early African filmmakers like Osman Sambini and Jibril Diop Mambeti and their contemporaries devoted themselves to constructing the image of their newly created nations. So we use sounds and pictures to construct that image of a newborn nation. Their pioneering work dealt with the necessity of recovering a historical memory and developing alternatives to colonial and neo-colonial dogmas. But there are things that have been pumped into us for years over years and years, and they needed to disabuse our minds of it. And so, using the power of sound and images, they used that to try and disabuse our minds. They were conscious of the power of cinema through image and especially sound. And so it was important that they did that. Since the early days of African cinema, music has formed part of a self-conscious discourse concerning the problematic realities of Africa. And if you look at a film like I Told You So, which was made in Ghana, 1969, and released in 1970, you realize the power of music in there. And so those sounds that they put in there for that kind of film, which today, mostly Ghanaians enjoy during the festive seasons, where I think they play back on television a lot. It's important that we look at it and look at the visuals that they present and the music that is attached to that particular production. It was well written, and the cast itself, the richness of the cast, Bob Cole and the rest, and what they had already begun, like the concert party, had also been transformed onto the screen, which was very, very important to our cinema at the time. In African cinema, music stressed a lot of things. And you realize that the interpretation of music played a role in the kind of visuals that we portrayed at the time. There's also the artistic function in relation to oral tradition, which we use images to portray. With reference to such figures as the Groits, these great figures, which may have differed from film to film and country to country, have served as a different sources of oral tradition from their continent. Capturing these characters in image and sound affords future generations the chance to understand the continent and its artistic history, and also preserve an art form in case of any extinction, but to also know that for us, art is not absolutely for art's sake. It is also for liberation of the mind. Over the years, the image and sound produced from the continent has evolved constantly, capturing the different paradigm shifts in our modes of expression, feeling, and doing. The image and sound production have contributed immensely to constructing new and alternative narratives about the African continent. And we all know about what Africa has been portrayed to be, looking at what is shown all over. It's either they are showing a jungle of animals running around, or hungry people who are at war and killing each other. You know, so we need to change the narrative, and we started changing the narrative from independence. Although there was a kind of a break in between, you know, there was a situation where some leaders did not understand the use of the format and the form, you know, of film to influence our people. As a film lecturer myself, I've realized that the musical as a film genre is not easily associated with African cinema. And this is problematic because in the golden era of Nigerian cinema from the 1970s to 1980s, after the passage of the indigenization decree issued by the then head of state, Yakubu Gowon, which demands the transfer of ownership of about a total of 300 film theaters in the country from their foreign owners to Nigerians, musicals such as Ajani Ogun, Balogun's first indigenous Yoruba language film, was released in 1975, way back. Films like our own, the story Anansi Told. We know about Anansi and the film, the story Anansi Told. Then Tongo Hamile. And very recent of the films that came out from One Love Kobolo, and Mensa, which is Cause of Money, you know. And many others have captured different moments of social history of Ghana and Nigeria, and have also made important social commentary. Beyond the revolutionary roles of image and sound, in this case music, the capture of ambience in the different spaces to complement the images being created for cinema have also contributed to the archiving of intangible heritage for the memory of the continent. Most of this is taken for granted, but in an event where we lose the Mokola market in Accra or the Tema station, you know, which is just next by here, the terminal, the only way to access this space and time and traveling it is through the image and sound that has been captured. Otherwise, we don't have anything. The power the image and sound possesses for cultural heritage production cannot be quantified. Now, there are some films that I think, for the purpose of this audience, I would want you to see. You know, Sankofa is one of the films that I think that if you get the opportunity, you should see. It was made by Ali Garima. And fortunately for us, on the 2nd of February, the wife comes to Nafti to come and have it kind of presentation of that film and a discussion on it. So I would take this opportunity to invite you to come along and come and have a view, and let's have a discussion on this film, because it's more of a, a rebellious film because of what he went through making the film and exhibition, because he was an African, an Ethiopian. The other film I want you to see is Heritage Africa, which is by our own Koansa, shot in Ghana. The story of a Quincy Bosomford, who is the product of colonial education and has risen to become the district commissioner. This story is a story of our heritage and how loosely we forgo our heritage and hand it over, and more of your selling out your birthright. And this film was made in 1989. Then The First Grader, made in 2010, which reminds me of the free education in Ghana, because the Kenyan government had declared free education, and a farmer at the age of 84 thought that he also should enjoy free education, and so he's gone to learn how to read and write, and he was basically rebelling against the system, but he managed to escape through. Then the last one is Burkinabe Rising, a documentary from Cultures of Resistance Films, which showcases creative nonviolent resistance in Burkina Faso. And of course, it is to the spirit of Thomas Sankara. I hear my time is up, so we'll continue when the conversation starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it was becoming more and more interesting. It was opening up, the phone was beginning to open up as if it was on screen. Yeah, but I'm sure that we'll have time possibly during question time to respond to a few things. The next presenter is the Secretary General of the National Writers Association of South Africa and a member of the Pan-African Writers Association, POWER. He is Professor Lebongang Lance Lawa. I hope I pronounced it well. Like some people call me Dick instead of Dake. So I hope that I got Lawa right. And he's published, extensively, and he'll be speaking to us online. I've read him, fantastic author. So if he's ready, I'll take him. Can you put the Professor Lebongang Lance Lawa up, please? No? Okay. Yeah, he's not here. Is he on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Prof, if you are on, can you please go ahead?
Yes. Jambo Africa. Greetings from South Africa. Say the volume. In Setswana, which is my home language, which is a group of the Sesotho languages in South Africa. On an occasion like this, I will start with the rain chant. It's called Pula, which means rain. When I say Pula, you say Nala, or you say Ayen. Nala means wealth, abundance. Ayen means let it fall. So when I say Pula, you say Nala, or you say Ayen, we are entering into a spiritual intercession. You may be surprised that as you do that, wherever you are, it might start raining, or it might do so later. All protocol observed, Program Director. As a former journalist, we used to live by the mantra that anyone can talk or can speak or can write, but not everybody can communicate. And there's a distinction between these two. In Setswana, again, when you're a good speaker, you are not said to be a good speaker. In the language, it is said, you know the language. Whatever polelo or wizipuo. They don't say you know how to speak, they say you know language. Now that in itself, it's a testimony that language by itself, it's a repository of everything else that is articulated by it. I have a theory called VV, like Volkswagen, which is called volume and velocity. If you are an ordinary speaker, you probably may have velocity, but not have the volume, which earlier our elder Ne Ahene Nuno spoke about when he spoke about the ingredients of culture, which are values, norms, folklores, and all of those things. But if you're a writer, or if you're an artist in general, you have that special gift of possessing both the volume and the velocity to discharge that volume. And it is on that line that, if I may quote Amilcar Cabral writing about Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda of Hitler, he says in the book, Return to the Source, when Goebbels had culture spoken about, he reached for his pistol because he knew that culture was a weapon for domination and also for resistance. Now, it is only the enlightened, the conscious artists who are able to use that medium to conscientize people. Traditionally, such people inherently, they are embedded in the culture, and I'm sure the elders there would agree with me. In the tradition of the griots, the imbongis, the praise poets, who have the poetic license to even ridicule the royalties. In other words, you didn't even need political party system traditionally if you have griots, if you had imbongis, if you had praise poets. And it is no surprising, therefore, that even amongst the 5 Nobel Literature Prize winners in Africa, Naguib Mahfouz, Egypt, Wole Soyinka, Nigeria, J.M. Coetzee and Nadine Gordimer, South Africa, Abdullah Razak Guna, Zanzibar. There's one common thread about that. They are socially conscious writers. They are at the heartbeat of the society. They say things that everybody would fear to say. And it is no wonder that they are subjected to assassination attempts, threats to their lives, livelihoods, and so on. Now, our Nobel Literature Prize, or our South African poet laureate, Mungani Walis Rote, likes to say, if it's not written, it didn't happen. Or the other way around, if it happened and it was not written, it means it's not recorded. But of course, there's a school of thought that says orality is also important. And here I want to show you a cover of this book, Indaba, My Children, by one of our greatest Sanusi, Credo Mutwa, who passed on a day before the announcement of COVID-19 pandemic in South Africa. This book, written in 1964 by somebody who doesn't have a title of a doctor or a professor, spoke about the origins of mankind in Africa, all the migrations, contact with the aliens, and only later. And all these things were taken from oral experiences of generations after generation, verbatim, and was put together in a form of short stories, poetry, plays in this one book. It's a tome. It's about 700 pages. And incidentally, years later, this was followed by books more with the sophisticated academic artistry of Sheikh Anta Diop and so on. Books like Africa and Civilization. But the point I'm driving here is that the interface between orality and the written text is very important in the African context. Especially, once more as journalists, we used to say, journalism is a first draft of history. Similarly, writers fall within that category. As we are sitting here, I wish some people are busy making blogs or twittering and so on as we speak, because by so doing, you already have done the first draft of history, so that when researchers and professors come later, you become the point of reference. Therefore, the making of history is not necessarily made by people in ivory towers. It's made by elders around the fire telling us stories. It's made by people in a taxi, everywhere we are, at funerals and weddings. Our duty as scholars is perhaps just to refine what we have been exposed to. As we speak, today we are celebrating the Week of African Languages. This is the most important tool that we have, because any language that we use is a political decision we are making. Because in that language, you are going to employ translators, publishers, whoever you are making a political decision that has an economic impact. Now, I normally say, or I wrote elsewhere, that imperial domination does not come by force. The first frontier is a cultural frontier. This is where your missionaries come in, destroy languages, give us names like Lancelot from, some English texts and so on. And even when there is a revolution, the cultural tenets are the last to remain. In fact, the vestiges and nuances go on for generations. Just today, people were saying 60 years after they've last seen a colonial quip in their countries, they're still battling us to the position of African languages. And those people are no longer there 60 years ago, but we're still talking this. Now, as we celebrate this type of programs that are put in place by bodies such as UNESCO or ALU, we must remember that at the end of the day, it's us who must make a difference. By the way, I must appreciate programs like the World City of Literatures, the World Poetry Day, and I wish we could adopt, as South Africa does, have also national poet laureates for each country, so that we give a face to literature in that country and we can associate with a particular person. I have recently written or edited a book which is 600 pages long called Culture and the Liberation Struggle in South Africa, from colonialism to apartheid. It's an anthology of personal memoirs, essays, interviews by people who have been in the struggle, like Amilcar Cabral, who exchanged weapons with the arts, Miriam Makeba, Thomas Sankara, I can go on and on. And the book was launched in November. Hardly a month, it gained so much traction that there were calls for translation into Kiswahili. There were also calls for volume 2 because other people felt they were also in the trenches, but they didn't think it was important to tell their tales of how they changed a drum to a military weapon. Now, we are busy now with volume 2 to do that so that those experiences of writing of songs, of liberation struggles, films, and so on, are put into books so that they can again find themselves into school curricula. And I'm hoping that I'm making a challenge to our colleagues there, and I notice we are a male choir here. With due respect, I wish there were also females, so that we should seem to be all-inclusive. Now, as I conclude, a word of caution about the fourth industrial revolution. Recently, my son was doing an animation. He's a visual graphic artist graduate. He was doing an animation for one of these big film. I'm just reluctant to say the name, but they're very international film apps. And after he has finished writing a whole story about Anansi and all the folklores, and he says, but Daddy, when I read the contract, it said, even when I'm not selected for my film or my script to be turned to a film, they retain the intellectual property rights. So I'd rather not do anything. Now, our people, because of exposure, they like to be film or take all their works to such platforms, and then tomorrow they complain and say they've been exploited. And yet we have, the right to make sure that we cover ourselves up, we'll protect our economic empowerment. To the young people out there, and I've seen quite a few of them, in conclusion, they say the future starts now. It starts with you. We, the older ones, had our own political aspirations and so on, fought the struggles in many ways and so on. And somewhere along the line, things turn into nightmares, and sometimes they get better. But we can't dream the future for you. We had our own dreams, and we can't rehash those because some of the things that we thought they would happen did not happen. Therefore, it is your time to express to us what your future looks like, so that, as they say in Setswana again, then old branch will rest on a new branch. It is only that way that we are able to do an intergenerational transmission. Otherwise, it doesn't help for the Nawas and the Georges out there, the Owuso, to be speaking here like elders, and the next thing, they die, and they die with that knowledge, they die with that history. As they say in conclusion, if you're a Sanusi and you use bones and so on, please teach the bones to the young ones so that you shouldn't die without them knowing that knowledge. And for me, in trying to respond to the moderators' contextual issues such as language and others, I've just made a brief, safe over the issues, and I'm sure I can get another opportunity later during the discussions. Thank you very much. Pula.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Professor Lawa. I was really struck about the importance you gave to the issues of the importance of consciousness. the role of the conscious artist in reflecting history. And I think that that is absolutely critical. And also in the process of leadership, providing leadership, to the community. And I think that you did also a good job on the indigenous language and the importance of history. And I think that you stress also quite effectively, whilst recognizing the importance of orality, also that critical question of the text, the written thing in terms of the transmission of history. And so I'd like to thank you very much. We'll come back to you during the question time so that you can elaborate further if we do have time. I can see my friend, Dr. Kwesi also, who has been prepped, ready. These are one of the few times you see Dr. Kwesi also face to face. More often than not, he's always on the side. He has a side shot with his, trademark hat. You can't. Kwesi also, I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you a bit faint, but I can hear you if you can hear me. Yeah. Now I've lost you.
Today. So I will not labor it. I will not labor that too much. I would like to invite you. You are speaking on high life, from emancipation to bridging with the diaspora. And I'm informed you have 8 minutes, Dr. Kwesi. You have 8 minutes. You can start. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think I missed a bit of what you said, but the network isn't fantastic, but we should try and move on as quickly as possible. First of all, just to say a big thank you to UNESCO, to Musica, to all the organizers, and of course your very good self. 8 minutes is a very, very long time. So I shall be as brief and schematic as possible. I've prepared a paper which I think will be circulated maybe later on, so I shall be as brief as possible. I have a PowerPoint, but the network isn't that good, so I think I'm going to skip that and basically speak to you as directly as possible. High life, of course, is what one might term the musical soul of Ghana. It's an entirely Ghanaian invention. And I want to say a few things about what I think about its origins and its evolution. But as I was preparing this paper, I remembered one of the quotes from Kwame Nkrumah, who said basically there's nothing that has happened in Ghana which has not been recorded in a high life song. And I initially thought maybe I shouldn't believe that. That was a bit too broad and general. But the more I think about it, the more I think it might be possible to rewrite the history of our country simply through high life songs. And I'm trying very, very hard to find an event or a topic which has not been covered by high life song. So that is something that I think is worth remembering and worth thinking about. But the story really of high life for me started in the 1920s. with the first recording of a high life song, and definitely by Kwame Asari. Goes by different names. And I think that high life record, of course, was the Yapon Sound, which is still very much the default template, and what one might say is the DNA of high life. And that template has really endured up till today. I have some wonderful tracks which I wanted to play just to complement the presentation, but that is not possible. My paper has some links which I think will be interesting. Some have located high life a bit much earlier in the 1890s, with the presence of British bands on the coast, especially stationed in Cape Coast and so on. But I think that it's absolutely clear that the real fusion of traditional forms such as kokumba, kete, and the others, and if you like, being played on Western instruments was very much something that happened much later on. There are, of course, important precedents. The whole role of the crew, seamen who were wonderful on the guitar, but they actually started playing their own local melodies and so on the guitar, and of course passed on this skill to the Ghanaians who they worked with, particularly in Takoradi. So in Takoradi, when they say our crew, not yet, it means you are really smart and up with it. That's how that term originated. Another name, I think, which really resonates in the history of high life is, of course, Kwame Nkrumah. And Kwame Nkrumah had a very checkered, long career, and he was very much the instrumental. I mean, he was actually the person who, with, of course, Ike Nyame, introduced the high life, if you like, concert party concept, which basically was an attempt to try and dramatize some of the songs which they produced. So that was really kind of interesting. Of course, the type of music which Kwame Nkrumah played was guitar band music, which was, of course, the original form of high life. It was also called the palm wine music, and only for the reason that it happened a lot of the time in palm wine bars, and people have derided them for that, for being drunkards and so on. But I think in those days where you didn't have elaborate studios for rehearsals and so on, a beverage wouldn't go amiss as you rehearsed and as you tried new ideas. So on you go very quickly. I think I probably only got maybe a few minutes now, but let's jump to the period of independence when high life became, if you like, a political force, when nationalist political forces actually pushed the button for independence, and the concert party became a wonderful vehicle for anti-colonial sketches and so on. Kwame Nkrumah, of course, was very much part of that process, Ike, Nyame, Onyina, and the others. But there's also something really interesting happening in the 50s, which was what you might call the gentrification of high life. So then you have another movement of high life, which was more defined by high society and the African middle classes who are getting ready to take over from the colonialists. So there you have ballroom high life, where the bands, big bands, appeared and tried to play local remedies on drums and guitars and so on, introduce a whole range of instrumentation, which was very much akin to American jazz, big band jazz bands led by Duke Ellington and Kaz McKay and the others, of course, possibly even Charlie Parker and so on. And there were real copycats here who, of course, tried to also include some of the local melodies and so on. I think the most strategic and well-known exponent of that was E.T. Mensah. And E.T. Mensah actually had his feet in both camps. He could do the bourgeois thing very well, but it was, when he got down to playing the kokumba rhythm on his saxophone, it was just great. He was also a great ambassador. One of the ways in which he actually spread high life to the diaspora, starting from West Africa. He made a memorable tour of West Africa, ended up in Nigeria, but took in Dahomey, took in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and so on. And in Nigeria, people talk about that tour as one of the most memorable events of African music history. And if you go to Eastern Nigeria now, you actually would find Nigerian high life songs which were sung in Twi, by Igbo musicians. That's quite fascinating. So you have that expansion, if you like, of high life across West Africa and further afield. There's just one little development which I think is really, really unique in relation to the explosion of Afro beats as we find it now. Afro beats expanded by Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, and the others. And all of them, especially Burna Boy, is harking back to Afro beat without the S, which is, of course, the nice presentation of Fela Ransome Kuti. But anyone who studied Fela's evolution as a musician knows that the invention of Afrobeat actually happened in Ghana in the late 50s and early 60s. That was when Fela was based in Ghana, had just come back from America, and was playing with his band, the Kula Lobitos. And the whole transformation of high-life rhythms into Afrobeat was by courtesy of his drummer, who actually was Ghanaian born and was very versatile with Palogo rhythms and so on. So if high life was instrumental in developing Afrobeat, which is now gone all over the world through Afrobeats with an S, then clearly that trajectory harks back to an evolution which actually started in Ghana. So I kind of have a smirk on my face when I hear Nigerian musicians and Ghanaian musicians quarreling about who should win the Grammy and so on and so forth. We are all part of that whole trajectory. You just make your pitch on the global on a global platform and see the best that you can do. And they have antecedents to look up to. Of course, the whole explosion of Osibisa Afro rock in the 60s and 70s was again rediscovering the ingenuity of high life rhythms. And it's also quite interesting to find that Mark Tonto, Teddy Osei were high life musicians. Mark Tonto was in the Uhuru band, and Teddy Osei was actually leader of the Stargazers. And the Stargazers were very popular across West Africa. Ube Jamio, Mabre, and some very familiar songs, which I think most of us who have looked at the history would be familiar with. So looking at the diaspora and its connections, there's so many strands that I think are really interesting to be explored, and maybe one day we should have a bit more time to put all of that into a book. I think it's going to be really, really fascinating. For example, on the eve of independence, when E.T. Mesa actually came out with that classic Ghana Freedom, there was a response, a Caribbean response by Lord Kitchener, The Birth of Ghana, which I think really, really caught on in Ghana as well. And why it caught on is something that I've been really thinking about, because the trajectory was very similar. The rhythm patterns, the melodic structures, very, very kind of similar in many ways. So then you find a situation in which what was happening in Ghana in terms of all the fusions, the musical fusions and so on, were also being replicated in the Caribbean in many ways, of course, under very different situations. The Caribbean under slavery wasn't the same as colonialism in many ways, but the Caribbean musicians had this wonderful way of trying to retain their musical memories. There was this event every weekend at what they call the Congo Square, where the slaves were allowed to express themselves and entertain themselves. And it was very clear that at the Congo Square, all that was happening was
gavel on you. And to thank you very much. I hate to do this to you. You know, we have some very common agenda.
Yes,
so I
maybe,
hate to do this to you. But unfortunately, I may have to ask you maybe to say a last sentence, please. Unfortunately, we can't hear you, Kwesi. I think you are muted. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwesi Usu. I think it's a very, very interesting history of the high life music from its fledgling years to the period of the anti-colonial struggle, to when it became a big band music, to the more popular forms that we knew in the 1970s, the Afrobeat and so on. And of course, today, exponentially, as a huge product that we trust very soon will be inscribed as part of the UNESCO. I know reggae has done it, and I'm sure very soon High Life will be there. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwesi. But please don't go. I'm sure there will be questions for you, Dr. Kwesi also. So don't go. So thank you very much. If you have any of the handsets that were used, if you have any of them, please, the technicians are collecting them. So kindly make them available if you have any of the handsets. Thank you very much. So I think that would go now to Nigeria. They lost in African Cup of Nations yesterday. Yeah, we Ghanaians will rub it in. And is it? No, he's not online. Yes, he's not. But she's on. Oh, she has a video. Is there a video for the live? Is there a video? Oh, then they don't know. Yeah. So we'll go to Nigeria. Sorry, my brother. German, I've not seen in a very, very long time. It's the German, Nikulapo. I've not seen in a long time. Don't worry, you'll be fine. We'll still beat you in the World Cup qualifiers. Man is a writer and literary activist, journalist. He has different flares and attributes and so on. And he'll be speaking to us today on harnessing the power of poetry, storytelling to transmit history and culture. German, if I can ask you to do it in 7 minutes, is it possible?
Yeah, I'll try.
All right, try, please. All right, try. Oh, sure. Sure.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Just for the moderator, we lost the AFCON because we're in sympathy with the Ghanaians. You know, we are brothers. We didn't want to remain there when you were back home. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, and I'm very happy that this is happening. And I'd like to thank my brother from Ghana, and Dr. Kwesi. I'm currently editing a book on Afrobeat and Island. And what your people have done is to give me a different perspective on how to approach. Do you hear me? Oh, okay. Do you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying that I was thanking Dr. Owusu for that paper. I'm currently editing a book on Afrobeat and Island. And your paper has given me a different perspective on how to approach the topic. Well, I'm talking about poetry and storytelling. This is very peculiar for me. I wear different caps as an artist. I'm also a culture communicator. I worked in the media as a culture journalist for many years, and also as an activist. So I'd like to just be part of the activity for this afternoon discussion. Nigeria. Especially these are long stretch of staying under military rule, and where people of my generation who went to secondary school and university of my time, we were not really opportune to really encounter what we call democracy until when we're in our adult years, when we think back to democracy in 1999. What occurred was around 1991, but there are a lot of young people who were in the university that were coming up and they wanted to express themselves. There were no platforms for them to really express themselves. They were written literature, written to the young people. Because number one, the economic situation was not even allowed a lot of young people to have access to these books. And then the military, the extra military decrees and the environment did not allow young people to have access to some of these works. So we formed what we call the Committee for Relevant. What that meant was that we were trying to get a platform where young people could gather and speak back to power. Speak back to power in such a way that the power may not even be able to understand it. And they were not necessarily into the printed form. They were more interested in the spoken word, the expression. So we created this open space where people can come together and speak. People like Dr. Wale Okidon were our mentors at that, even though I look like I'm older than him, but he was there all along while we're coming on. So that was what we tried to make sure that young people, we can meet the young people where they actually needed us. Okay. So after a long while, we noticed that this huge festival operation would not necessarily work. So we decided to create silos of programs. So we developed a template for spoken word. Poetry is very good. Poetry is nice. But if poetry does not connect with the young people, if you don't speak to them language they understand, which is the language of the picture that you paint, it's the language of expression. They have a lot of energy. And then, but there are no platforms for them to really be in view of the public. And there's something about the performance. And somebody will just like, if performance gets intoxicated when you see the crowd, you get energized. It's like the news comes into you, and then you are able to really give of yourself. So we launched so many word expression. I mean, without what plan is taken from my language. In fact,
it's very
are you hearing me?
The images. I said the connection is not very good. to hear.
Oh.
The network connection is not very good. And what I
Okay.
would suggest we do is that whilst we work on that, so stand by, please don't go. We'll take a live, please. Don't produce yet. We'll do a live act here. The children, are you going? You don't want to see this beautiful performance? Oh, please stay. Watch this beautiful performance. To see, we'll do a live thing here in the hall whilst we work on your internet connection with the technique, because we cannot hear at all here. It's very jerky.
Oh.
And yeah, so it's the internet connection really.
Maybe I'll go out
We
of
can
picture.
see you very nice.
Maybe
Handsome
I
as
can
you
go out
are,
of
but
picture if the
unfortunately,
audio.
the audio is not good. Check your internet connection there. See whether you can transfer to another data source, because it's not. We cannot hear anything at all, and we are all here in this big room. We can see you, but unfortunately, the sound is not good.
Wow.
So we'll take the performance.
I'm using
by my brother Oswald Kaite. A very short performance, storytelling performance. Yeah, please go ahead.
Better. Umame Furewo. Us me better than. Us ubezizi. Aba ezibana. Fufu na ben kwai. Imo Franchem fa. Abba. Hey, send it wider than day, send it wider than day. And when the sun at last had fallen after several span, and the moon had woken up from sleep and sat beautifully in the clouds of the skies, and the sparkling sparkles of the stars from afar beamed to the clouds their light amidst the glory of the moon in the night. And the sweet songs of the Bogo swept away the worries of the better. Then men and women and the fruit of their sperms and ova gathered in the village square to sing songs. They sang the songs, they sang for long, from moonshine through the dawn till a new day was set to be born. They gathered by the fireside to tell tales. They told of mighty characters of Lumumba, Sundi, Ata, Marijata, Yasatua, Ayikushi. Then the old gathered in the day spill to tell Kweku Anansi tales. They celebrated the sweet oils of the palm with tunes amidst the clap of their palm. Come on, try day. Come on, try day. In a bobby was an emika. Newa. Kwa yoga gajibo. Oh, in a bobby was an Newa. Aomingbele kwa yoga gajibo. But that was then. Then when the African tongue married African song, then when Kete, Ubenesi, Adowa, Damba, Panlogo, and not Azonto reigned. Then when the flutes of the xylophone, of the harps, were best heard by none, but by the ears of the hearts. Then when the fall of the mighty king silenced the night, immortals never walked deep under the scorch of the moon for the fear of divorcing their souls and dust. Then when the hunter strapped his kafugbe across his back and took bold steps deep into the dark, when eyes sought to take sleep in the night, then which now creeps and crawls into the arms of extinction. But when we all gathered in the village square and told our tales, told our stories, and the mighty orator chanted, Pipina, 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 Pipina. They say history should be told with treachery and misery. But I say history should be told as it were. Once upon a time, and here my story ends. Say anyway, Abba, 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 better, better. Umame Furewo.
You have been sitting for too long. Get up, get up. Let's clap our hands.
Upapa Furewo.
It's good for our health to get up.
Sure. Us Ubeyezen. Hey. Us Ubezizio. Abba, Abba, Abba Ezibana. Asi, che. Ah, Fufuna Ben Quines anyway. My friend Chemfa. So I sing, go. Oh, say anyway, say anyway, oh, say anyway, say anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great, great, great. Also never disappoints, you know. Great mobilizer too. So, can you prep Nana, please? Is Nana online? Nana get here. All right, it's Nana Ketia. Great, fantastic. I can see him. So, the revered Nana Kwabena Nketia the Fifth. He is the paramount chief of Esikado, British Secondary. Nana has authored, you know, severally. He's an important public speaker. He's a man of wisdom. He's a royal activist, if I can describe him like that. He says the right things. I've known Nana for a number of years. And Nana's humility is completely astounding. For a man of his stature, he can easily melt, you know, and commune with almost everybody. So we are happy to have Nana Komnankesia the Fifth, Omangini of Esikado traditional area, to speak to us on traditional leaders, guardians of African culture and tradition. And Nana, today I'll challenge you to speak in 7 minutes. So Nana, you can continue. If you can unmute, yes, okay. Please go ahead.
Thanks a lot for the wonderful introduction. I wish I were all the adjectives you added to be. The only adjective that I really liked was calling me humble. I'm fighting to be humble and struggling to be humble. So that's it. But good afternoon, everybody. And let me also thank UNESCO for arranging this and getting some of us to share our minds. I never refer to myself as royal, so please don't add that feudalistic word whenever you are discussing me. Everybody in Africa is related to a stool, a skin, or something. Africa is a royal continent, so everybody is royal. Now the topic, which unfortunately we do in English or French or whatever, is almost always the problem, the foreign language we use. But that's what we also use to communicate, because communication, as somebody said, is the key. And the language carries our culture. So as soon as we move into a culture that is antithetical to our own, then it becomes a problem about even how to communicate. But I always laugh at the word traditional leader. What does it mean? I understand what you mean. I understand the sound. But if you go into tradition and then leadership, then you put question marks to it. But we use it. Sometimes we use chiefs. And why do we call ourselves chiefs? Because the British made up their minds that nobody should have the kind of title. And don't forget that those are feudalistic, hierarchical cultures that we've dealt with, which came to imperialize us, move into us. So in a way, we are losing our equalitarian spirit. I was very surprised to find out that the ancient pharaohs, for example, lived in the same house as every Egyptian, everybody in Kemet. But Hollywood presents them with palaces and so on. And we look at the oppressive buildings in Europe and look at how poor people live in, and the kings and whatever lived in those. That is not us. Our culture makes us one with the people. Without them, we don't exist. Even the so-called traditional leader wouldn't exist. So this is part of our little problem that we have to deal with. And I always put before me, in fact, my favorite Akan symbol, I'm sure that is shared in every place, is the akoko bat and the mother hen and chick. So to be the guardian, you must meditate on that language stuff called the mother hen and chick. But unfortunately, the continent reminds me, in our coloniality and our neo-coloniality, and carrying on what Peter Eker's two Africas, so rapidly, and putting the indigenous Africa down. The continent reminds me about the story told in East Africa about a monkey, or about monkeys who copied everything and finally put a throat to slit their own throats because they kept copying. And Africa seems to be going that way. And how do we save ourselves from this kind of tragedy? The fact is, what can traditional leaders do in this modern age, given even the fact that they are given social media, the media itself, the tools used, that the sacred space that we have, the space that we've even left to represent the ancestors and what came in our heritage, it's not being attacked. So there are no sacred figures left. And it's worrying. We are attacking it, either deliberately, because it suits certain interests to do that, and so on and so forth. I even see people who do not understand how the indigenous leadership works, blaming chiefs, and they become the fall guys for traditional leaders for almost everything that has happened to Africa. And I ask myself, how much that person or persons may speak beautiful English, but how much do they know? How much? Have they sat down? Have they gone into this, into the indigenous leadership, sat down and even examined how they do things and so on? No. But it's easy to blame. In Ghana, for example, chiefs probably talk, they even speak through the chairman, the linguist, for the Akan, the Ga, the Eves, and so on. So they can't even make a mistake. You can only blame the linguist. But the media has come in, and these are all things that we need to look at, in discussing ourselves and where we are heading to. So this is the challenge. Guardians and guardians of what? This is what we need to look at. People have told us, we all know, everybody here, UNESCO knows that the most important thing that can help save a people is your culture. We know it. I like the way Chinwezu discusses it like the skin. As soon as you peel the cover, you become prone to attack. We also know that this continent exists in a state of war. And the basis of this war is a cultural war. You know that, who was it who wrote that book? I forgot his name, the guy who talked about the clash of cultures. He didn't even bother to discuss Africa. because Africa is the key. But till our education, which supports imperialism and neo-imperialism, till our media, which supports imperialism and neo-imperialism. You know, when I say media, I'm not talking about but the tools that we use in communication, besides the language, they do not support Africa. So the traditional leader stands alone, guardian of what? An Africa that is removing its clothes in public and asking the rapist to come in, take what you want and move on? What are we guarding? So these are the challenges that we all have. And I'm just happy that UNESCO could do something like this. What is African culture about? Let me take us, if you go through the whole continent, you can't fail to realize that Ma'at, as the Egyptians call it, is really the basis of the flowers that are the root of the cultures that you can find all over Africa. All over. How do we exist? Go to the communities, and the South Africans have the best word for it, Ubuntu. We talk about this. Where are we using Ubuntu? Am I to come and guard capitalism, which is an ideology of imperialism, or the communist version of Marx? We all understand Ubuntu. I am you, you are me. When the politicians steal, whom are they stealing from? When I kill, whom am I killing? These are just basic things that we know exist in our societies. We are busy destroying them. And we thrive on divisions. Who created the divisions in the first place? There's an African space, which is called Ghana. We've enshrined, not just here, Nigeria, Mali, which is now going through a crisis, and Burkina is about to join it. If we were to have African systems to govern us, these things won't happen. Everything to do with Europe, everything that we've borrowed is to do with the differentiation in our societies. Go to geographical areas, I mean, where we live now. Rich people live somewhere, poor people live somewhere. Is that the way we are? In Ghana, go to East Legon. Who lives there? Who lives in Teshi? This is our challenge, that we are even socially separating ourselves. The titles we use, we are busy fighting over who is called the king, who is called the chief, who is called majesty. Translate those things into our local languages and they don't exist. Our historians write about empires. How do you say empires in Yoruba? How do you say it in Igbo? They are ideas, concepts that do not exist in Africa, but we're writing about them. So some people sit in East Africa thinking that they are emperors. So this is the challenge. This is the challenge. This is the challenge. And sometimes you just want to sit back quietly. People come to me and say, Your Majesty. I just say, please, let them translate that into Fante or Ahanta, which is my indigenous language. And you say they are stuck. Of course, Majesty sounds nice. So I couldn't, when you call me Your Majesty, I wouldn't mind, you know? But this is our challenge. So what are we even the guardians of? Chieftaincy or most of Africa, when you look at the so-called traditional leadership, it is the present day traditional leadership was created by the white man. So most of us, as I describe ourselves, are colonial chiefs. So now we are now halfway, trying to safeguard our culture and at the same time, trying to be something else that some people somewhere, based on imperialism, cultural imperialism, will say they are being modernized. Who is a traditional Englishman and who is a modern Englishman? But when you come to Africa, we put these things there. We have courses we call traditional and modernization. It's a farce. So the challenge in discussing this is what UNESCO maybe wants to hear. How do we arise out of this? Because without culture, we are dead. And the destruction of culture is the basis of our descent. That is the problem. It's only through our own culture that we can rise again. If we were to use English, when they say you are independent, it means you depend and develop based on your own indigeneity or indigenousness. Let me put it that way. The enemy, I should use his culture to develop in what way? Then I should have a revolution of throwing everything I have away and then put it on. Quoting Chiwezu again, he says, you've asked me to cut off my traditions and my culture. So I've cut off my feet. Now you ask me to run. So African leadership has a huge problem, traditional leadership. But we need to save our sacred spaces. We don't need to go under attack by people who love political power by any means necessary, not to serve. And I always tell people, I don't rule, I'm not a ruler, because a ruler is different. He sits on people. But among the Akan, for example, among the Ewe, Yabosum Eman, Mosum, I'm the servant of servants. Once you understand that, then you know who the masters are. The masters are your people. The masters are your community. I don't need, what do you call it? What do you call this guy who did the 5? There's a man that we go and learn human resources and so on from using quite frequently. Anytime I start reading him, I start laughing because he's talking from an individual point of view. He uses an I, the human. I would use a we. As soon as the I comes in, negate it. It's we. And it's the real we, the proper royal we. That's the one we use. You never think about self, you think about ourselves. So it's a philosophy-based culture. Once you throw its underpinnings away, it's not just the festival. I can have the festivals, but they wouldn't have meaning unless they are underpinned by the philosophies that brought those kind of things out. We can have music. I've heard people singing. I haven't understood the words in my own language, which I can't speak. I've sat with somebody to translate it, translate the songs. And when the person does it, I sit back, I say, God, these are old women. This is wisdom they are singing, but it's all going washed into the sea because we don't want it. Our education is different. So I don't know, maybe the 7 minutes would be up because it's a short time. But traditional leadership, being guardians, is a challenge because culture is actually a social thing. One person cannot do it. It's all about drumming alone.